Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker match.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. It is a Wednesday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, we get started with the college football playoff rankings and the Buckeyes sitting at number one after those were released last night. In 20 minutes, it is the midway point of the season in the NFL. Yesterday, we talked about the NFC. Today, we will tackle the AFC. Then we have my streaming corner at 6:40. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Hi, Chelsea. Good morning.
Good morning, Jenks. I think I'm back to officially hating Wednesdays because for a while during baseball season and the postseason, I said to myself, oh, Wednesday, no problem. We have postseason baseball. But now it's back to having to bet on the NBA, and I'm not thrilled about that. But at least today, we still have a lot to talk about. We have the college football playoff rankings. We have, everything that happened before the trade deadline in the NFL. So from a talking standpoint, we will still have great content on the show, but in the back of my mind, I'm like, ugh, can't wait to decide between, betting on the Pelicans or the Spurs.
Ooh, that's a tough row. That's a tough one right there. We'll get there. And plus it's tough too when, we care about the NBA to a point, but also we have the college football playoff rankings released. I mean, that's big news. And then yesterday was a trade deadline in the NFL. My attention span goes about this wide, about right here. So you start expanding into, hey, how are the Thunder doing against the Clippers? I'm like, I'll figure it out, guys.
Well, especially when it's the first of the season. And like the first few weeks of the season don't really mean that much. Like, I understand the Thunder are still undefeated, but like the Thunder could lose like 5 games in a row and no one would be worried. Like, we would probably talk about it, but at the end of the day, it does not matter. So that's any sport at the start of the season when you play a long schedule.
Yeah, I get it. Early on in the NBA. I guess we can talk about it a little bit. Magic Hawks. How you feeling? I liked your play yesterday.
I liked it too, Jenks. You would think with the Hawks missing their star point guard and Trae Young, that the Hawks would lose this game, and it was not the case. So I was on the Magic laying the points on the road at Atlanta, but the Hawks win at 127-112. This is the mystery of betting on the NBA. Oh, the star player is out? Lay the points with the other team. Not so fast, my friend. So the journey continues.
Well, I was on the Raptors -4.5 hosting the Bucks, and my thought was that Giannis won't play because it was the back end of a back-to-back. He had that game winner against the Pacers a couple nights ago. He did play. Still didn't matter. Bucks were tired, I guess, whatever. Had the Raptors -4.5. It came home. So had I known, when you talk about the mysteries of the NBA, had I known Giannis was definitely going to play, he was questionable going into this game, I would have been like, I don't know if I like this bet now. And yet it still won. So I'm like, yeah, that's right. I knew this was going to happen. I knew.
Right?
Yeah, I knew.
Betting on the NBA feels like you're like trying to guess the decisions of like a teenage boy. You're like, what are they going to do next? Like, who knows? Yeah. Who knows? So we'll try it again today.
We will. Dogster just keeps following the Thunder trend. Thunder are 8-0 and also 8-0 against the number. Like, they're just unbelievable and not even fully healthy. So they take care of business against the Clippers 126-107. Like I was saying yesterday, the Clippers are old. They're old. And if you think they're old now, just wait until the end of the season. So for the week, Chelsea, you're 1-1. I'm 1-0. Denton is 3-1. 3-1. Still knocking it out of the park. Donkster 1-0 here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It is great to have you with us on the midweek edition. College football playoff rankings released last night. So, Ohio State 1, Indiana 2, followed by Texas A&M and Bama. Those are your top 4. Georgia, Ole Miss, BYU, Texas Tech, Oregon, Notre Dame are the top 10. And then Texas and Oklahoma round out the top 12. So, any surprises here or anything that stood out to you when these were released?
I feel like the biggest story here is your team, Jenks, Texas. And now it feels like the pathway feels like it's all in the driver's seat for the Longhorns, because think about it. I think a lot of people thought, hey, we can't have a 3-loss team come into, the college football playoff and even like the top 10. But I feel like there's a pathway for Texas to do so, because they're standing there at number 11 and they have a really tough schedule to end the year. So they go on the road to Georgia, then they finish the season at home against Texas A&M, and those are, 2 teams that are both in the top 5. So I think from the college football playoff rankings, we can tell like the strategy that the college football playoff committee is using, where they are not punishing those teams for those tough non-conference games that they have scheduled in an effort to keep having teams schedule those games. So you look at Texas's loss against Ohio State, who is the number 1 team, and it was the first week of the season with a new quarterback, or a newish quarterback in Arch Manning, and it feels like the committee is not punishing them for that. Now you look at their loss against Florida and you're like, well, what about that one? But it just feels like they are basing Texas ranking off like saying, hey, this is basically a 1-loss team. So Jenks, you have to be feeling great.
Yeah, I feel great right now. Feels awesome. I mean, it doesn't feel awesome at 6:06 in the morning. You feel better if it were 9:06 in the morning. But yes, I was surprised. I thought Texas would be on the outside looking in, but it's clear the committee values those high-end losses. You don't want to lose a game, but certainly if you lose to Ohio State, then that's not going to be nearly as punitive than if you lose to Kennesaw State. So, of course, that made me happy. But I will also say that I think that, there are some interesting things here. So Texas has a path now, right, because of that schedule. They also take on Arkansas, which is a longtime SWC rival from the Southwest Conference, so not necessarily an easy game there. But they have the bye this week. They need to get healthy, so that's good for the Horns. I was a little surprised. Oklahoma at 12 right there. But we were talking about this yesterday. Miami, Notre Dame, what's going to happen? Because Miami has the head-to-head over Notre Dame, and yet Notre Dame has had the better season since that loss, and here we are. Notre Dame sitting at 10 right now, whereas Miami is number 17 with 2 losses. So they're not even close. Eventually they could maybe get there, but clearly the committee values Notre Dame instead.
Yeah, the committee does not value the ACC. And I understand you look at the list, you're like, well, look at, Virginia. Those teams aren't getting in. Like, I know that they're there now and it's based on their, wins and losses. It just feels to me that there is too much chaos going on in the ACC, and it's just not a schedule that a conference that people believe in. Honestly, I feel like they give more credit to the Big 12. If you look at all the teams from the Big 12 who are sitting in the top 12, or top 15. So I think for me, it's more, I don't think anybody believes in the ACC. Maybe there's a pathway, but it feels like it's going to be a very steep uphill climb, and some other teams are going to have to lose.
Yeah, it kind of feels that way as well. And I also think that, there are going to be some people who make a case for more teams from the SEC, which, I don't know. I try not to get caught up in SEC over everything. I am definitely not an SEC guy just because Texas is suddenly in the SEC. I said this even when Texas was in the Big 12. I'm conference agnostic. I don't care. I just want my team to win and everyone else to lose. Denton, what'd you think? You're a big college football guy. You know the system here.
I was intrigued by some of this stuff. I love that they have BYU and Texas Tech exactly 1 spot away from each other, and they play this weekend. So that's going to be a whole lot of fun. And that is now the most important game of the weekend. I do find it. So Alabama beats Georgia, and they're 1 spot. Georgia beats Ole Miss, and they're 1 spot. But then you have that massive discrepancy between Notre Dame and Miami. And generally speaking, I subscribe to the principle that the games have to matter. If you play each other and then one team wins and one team loses, there needs to be a very noticeable, hey, the team that beat the team that lost is ranked higher. But because of the very unique aspect of what is happening with Miami, which is where Carson Beck is taking off the mask, and you're like, oh, yeah, this is exactly who he is. they are clearly recognizing that as well.
Yeah.
And Notre Dame is clearly on the ascension. Miami is in what I would describe as a free fall with, Stanford mixed in there. Sorry, Stanford.
Classic Miami.
I mean, they're on a free fall right now. And the scary thing is they haven't even had the game where Mario Cristobal is going to screw it all up. They just had 2 bad games from the quarterback. So I thought I just found that to be very interesting. And then, I texted you this weekend that Texas is back in there.
Yeah.
They have the avenue to be the first 3-loss team to get in because their resume is as strong as it is.
That's true. I like hearing that. Love hearing that. I will also say that I thought that Oregon was maybe a touch low. Maybe I'm wrong. They only lost to Indiana, but aren't they being punished a little bit by what would have been maybe a couple months ago a great win over Penn State, and now looks like, oh, well, that wasn't as good as we thought. But that loss by Penn State is maybe the trigger for why the Nittany Lions started spiraling. So I thought Oregon was a touch low here.
Well, you look at their schedule and what's their signature win? I don't think they have a single win over a ranked opponent. I'm looking and I'm not finding one because they lost to Indiana and that was the only ranked team who's currently still ranked on their schedule. But if you do look at the last 3 games remaining for them, okay, so they have Minnesota this week at home. Maybe not a speed bump there, but then they have number 20 USC, and then they finish the season at Washington, who is, a really tough place to play. And Oregon and Washington, if it's not a rivalry, but I do think those 2 teams are very familiar with each other, obviously both coming from the West Coast. So there could be some potential pitfalls for Oregon. I don't think that they will lose those games, but it will be interesting down the stretch. And that's the thing about these rankings, that some of these things will play themselves out. So I know people love to look at the potential matchups, but it just does not matter right now because we see this every season. There is chaos down the stretch that ensues in college football. So I will not be betting on these matchups just yet or, laying out my bets because it feels like the matchups can still change.
Yeah, I think the Oregon case is really curious because, you look back now and you say, okay, well, they don't really have a signature win. But that win at Penn State was a signature win. Going into Happy Valley in that environment, in a whiteout, where Penn State was favored by many to win a national title, and they get that dub in overtime. It's a massive win. It's a huge win. The problem is that win actually sent Penn State into a spiral because all of a sudden it feeds into the old trope. Penn State can't win the big one under James Franklin, so they go to UCLA. They lose to Northwestern. Franklin gets fired. But it was because Oregon beat them in the way that they did. So Oregon in some ways is getting punished for its own success because in most years we look at that win and say that is a signature win on the road in an impossible environment. But because they sent the Ducks where they did, or the Nittany Lions where they did, all of a sudden we look back and say Oregon really hasn't beaten anybody. I don't necessarily think that's fair.
Right. I think that you certainly have a case to argue there, especially when your only loss on the season is to the number 2 team in the land. So you're looking down at Texas and you're like, hey, they lost to an unranked team. They're not that far behind us. What's going on here?
Yeah. Also, you ask yourself a simple question. If Penn State wins that game, and it was really close, do you think Penn State falls apart the way it does? No, not at all. They would probably be undefeated right now. So I think that's one thing that, when you're looking at numbers and when you're just looking at, okay, who have they beat? You say, oh, they haven't beaten anybody. But that's not really the case. It's because of that win that Penn State fell apart. So kind of intriguing there. Oregon right now sitting at the 9 spot. If the playoffs started today, they would take who would they face? They would face number 8 Texas Tech, which would be an interesting matchup there. Also, I also thought that when you look at going back to Notre Dame and Miami for a second, I wanted to get some insight on exactly how they look at that. And Mac Rhodes, who is the CFP chair, basically said, yeah, I understand the head-to-head part of that, and that is certainly part of the equation. But as D-Day alluded to, all things being equal, I think you have to lean towards head-to-head. But if you're looking at the totality of the season and how teams have fared since that battle, then you have a longer runway and you have more things to look at. And clearly, that's what Rhodes and the rest of the committee did.
Right, and at the end of the day, their goal is to make good college football playoff games as well. And so, like, if
Right.
you have a team that's in an absolute free fall, like, you don't want to include that team because, we've seen the writing on the wall. This is not a good team at the end of the season. So I understand where they're going there. It'll be interesting. Jenks, your Longhorns, 30-1 to win the national championship. Looks like they have a good pathway to get in the college football playoff. They were the preseason number ones. Worth a sprinkle?
Maybe. I don't know. I need to see Sark put together an offensive game plan for more than 1 week. More than 1 week, Sark. Keep Arch upright. The kid's, he's okay. He's all right. Okay? Maybe a sprinkle. 30-1. Not too shabby. Coming up next. Oh, yeah. We got midway point of the season in the NFL. So are we actually betting on the Bills again for the 4th straight year? Look at the AFC is next on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you have a great morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, once again, the Chiefs and Bills are leading the way in the AFC, but can the Colts or Ravens break up the party? How's that chili? Good? Sending any this way? Talking to you. You're my don't look around. I'm talking to you. How's that crock pot chili? How is it?
I've been thinking about any. I haven't made any yet. Like, I made it for, what was it, last week? I don't like to make the same thing within, the next few days.
Oh,
so we did not have chili last night.
We made spaghetti. For us?
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. It was great. The lovely cat was like, I'm sorry, I'm not a good wife, and I haven't made more home-cooked meals. I was like, honey, come on. What are you talking about? I was like, because we just eat out so much. I was like, I don't expect anything. It's just that I get so excited. I'm like, oh, my God, this is so good. This is so good. This is so delicious. So that was good for us. We're trying to do a better job of cooking at home together, being in the kitchen. And I just do a lot of stirring. That's essentially my job. I'll stir this to make sure it doesn't burn or anything. But it was great. So for us, for people who have such a bad habit of door dashing all the time, we're trying to do a better job of eating at home. That was a good first baby step for us.
Well, I think it's tough, especially when you live in a big city where there's so many good restaurants. Think about it. You're competing, your home cooking is competing against 5-star chefs or whatever they do for chefs. Is it Michelin stars? I don't know because I'm not super into that world. But you get what I'm saying is that it's difficult to scale that back once you've been eating out because that food is so good and you don't have to do dishes.
That's the best part because we cooked last night and I always, just to be fair, I'm like, listen, if you're going to do the majority of the cooking, then I'm going to clean up just to be fair here. So I'll get in there and I'll scrub the pots and pans and all that stuff. But that's the one thing when you're done, oh, that was so good. Oh, I got 4 pans I got to scrub and clean. With DoorDash, you just close it up and throw it away. That's the key. The food is great, but the cleanup is that's the real linchpin of the entire thing.
Yeah, I think that's why you try to clean while you cook. I know it's not super fun, but this is the difference between me cooking and my husband cooking. Is that when Jake cooks, the entire kitchen is a mess. And so we have that sinking feeling after we finish our meal. We're like, oh, we got to do the dishes now. But when I cook, I try to, tidy up while things are cooking. Oh, and nice. I feel like that takes away some of it. But when you eat every meal at home, it's a lot of dishes. And it sucks. There is nothing worse than menial housework. I don't care who you are. Nobody enjoys that. There's nobody that's oh, I can't wait to scrub these dishes and this half-eaten food from somebody else. There's nothing grosser than cleaning off half-eaten food of somebody else. I will clean my own half-eaten food, but when it's from somebody else, that is a huge ick.
Very fair. Very fair. I get that as well. But I try to clean when I cook as well. Just along the way, all right, I'm done with this. Let me put it away. I'm done with this pan. I'll sort of clean it so that way we don't have this mess when we're done. Is the AFC a mess, Chelsea? No, it's not. Nice and clean near the top, just the way you want it. Chiefs and Bills are the favorites to win the AFC. What's new? Chiefs plus 275. The Bills at 3-1. Then you have the Colts plus 550. The Ravens 9-1. Broncos 9-1. Chargers and Patriots 11-1. Here we are again. Mid-season in the National Football League. Oh, are the Chiefs going to be okay? What about the Bills? A couple weeks ago, they got their butts beat. Are they going to be okay? Ooh, look at the Broncos. Look at the AFC West. The Ravens are terrible. And yet, all the dust settles. And here we are. Bills, Chiefs, Buffalo wins in the regular season. And they're probably going to meet in the playoffs. And then the Chiefs are probably going to win again. Is this the way it's going to go?
I mean, it might. And I think just from a conversation standpoint, nobody's going to be shocked and you can make an excellent case for either of these teams to win the AFC. But we're a betting show. So, James, we are looking for value. So I think when you take that into consideration, you say, okay, the Chiefs plus 275, the Bills 3-1. Who could possibly crash the party when it comes to the AFC? And granted, we're not asking them to win a Super Bowl. They simply need to win the AFC or even get there if the line is, long enough. So I think there are a couple of good candidates here. What do you think the ceiling is on the Patriots, the Colts, who are only 5-1? I should include that. Or even it's surprising to me that the odds makers still have faith in the Ravens. The Ravens are still only 9-1 to win the AFC despite having a losing record. So, Jenks, of those three teams, which do you think is most likely to crash the party?
Ooh, could it be the Ravens? Are they really going to do this? Like, here's the thing with the Patriots. Like, the Patriots are very good. They're well coached, and Drake May's having a fine season. The Patriots are the Commanders from a year ago, is what they are, right? Yeah. Where they struggled. They weren't good in the season previously. Now they have a young quarterback. They have a new head coach. And all of a sudden, what are we seeing? We're seeing a team put it all together. They're making magic, coming out of nowhere. Right now, they're challenging for the division lead. Like, there's a lot of similarities there. But the one thing that was holding back the Commanders last year is that they weren't doing it with smoke and mirrors, but there were some definite gaps in that team. And I feel like one of those gaps was championship experience. And that's why right now, when you look at the AFC East, you're seeing the Bills at -175. You see the Patriots +135, even though the Patriots lead the division. I still think it's the Bills' division to win. And we saw last week, like, the demise of the Bills has been greatly overstated. I know they have owned Kansas City outside of the playoffs, but as soon as you count the Bills out, what happens? They step up defensively. Josh Allen plays out of his mind. He was hyper efficient last week, and then they keep winning. So I don't think this is the Patriots' year to maybe disrupt the top echelon of teams in the AFC. But I do think the Ravens, now that Lamar's back and that defense is playing much better, particularly over the past 3 weeks, the Ravens are the team who once again might just be there in the end to kind of disrupt what we've seen.
I think the biggest takeaway from the Bills game against the Chiefs was not the offense, because we know Josh Allen is really good. And even in those losses to Kansas City in the postseason, rarely has it been Josh Allen's fault. But the way that the defense looked and the way that they were limiting that Kansas City offense is a big deal for a Bills defense. This looked like it's had some holes. Like, I remember, seeing it, I was like, oh, Joey Bosa is actually healthy and playing and making a difference for this Bills defense. And that is a huge deal because we know how talented he can be. But I think if this Bills defense can keep it together, that is the difference maker for Buffalo as opposed to, their offense, because the offense is always going to be good. But we haven't talked about the Colts either. Do you think they need to be thrown in there? I wish we had longer odds, because it feels to me that I still have some questions about them in the postseason. Because think about it. You're standing in a room with Josh Allen, with Patrick Mahomes, with Lamar Jackson, and Daniel Jones.
Okay.
Do you want to trust Daniel Jones? And I understand he's had a fine season. But when it comes to the postseason, it feels like you have to step up your game. So statistically speaking, the Colts are this great team that, all the statistics love. But I do think that you have to earn your stripes in the postseason. So at 5-1, I think that's too short of a price on Indianapolis.
Yeah, I think so as well. Although I want to give Danny Dimes some credit. Indiana Jones, are you falling into the trap where, and I don't say it's a trap because maybe there's something to this, where he has a bad game like he did against the Steelers and you're like, oh, here we go. Same old Danny Dimes again. I tend to try to look at the totality of his work, and he's been great. And every quarterback in the NFL, even the greats, have bad games. So I'm not saying Danny Dimes is one of the greats. I'm saying that it's not out of the realm of possibility that he can have a great season and still have an off game, particularly against the Steelers defense and the way they were playing last week. How do you feel about Indiana Jones?
Well, also, it's not all on him because their run game is so good.
Yeah.
So, he doesn't necessarily have to be Superman or Indiana Jones for this team to be really successful from what we saw from the defense. And, of course, we just had the trade deadline and the Colts beefing up their defense with Sauce Gardner. So I think it's one of those things where, he doesn't have to put up the numbers that we'll have to see from Josh Allen in order for the Bills to win a football game. But it should be interesting down the stretch. Do you think we should mention the Broncos?
Sure.
I feel like I'm being a little disrespectful by not saying, hey, the Broncos have the fourth shortest odds in the AFC. but I think I have the same reservations about their offense.
Okay.
And so we've seen this Broncos offense be kind of inconsistent this year, and that's kind of what you expect from a young quarterback like Bo Nix. And the defense has had some injuries, like Pat Surtain having to miss some games as well. But the defense overall is still very, very good. I just look at those top-tier teams, like the Broncos. If they were in a matchup against, the Bills, I'm not sure if their offense can keep up.
Yeah, I think that's probably the case. But I will say, when you have a stout defense like they have, you can kind of hang with anyone. I worry a little bit about the Bills' defense because I feel like the Bills' defense will rise up at certain times like we saw against the Chiefs and then just have an absolute flop of a game where they give up 30, 40 points a game. Maybe I'm feeding into a stereotype here. But when you have a great head coach like Sean Payton, when you have a very good quarterback, not an exceptional quarterback, but a solid quarterback and Bo Nix in that defense, you can kind of play with anyone. I think the question is, come the postseason when they aren't playing in Denver, like getting the Broncos in Denver that's a difficult place to play because of the home field, because of the elevation. But with the way things are sort of trending now, the Broncos are going to be on the road, and I feel like that's when they're really vulnerable.
Yeah. Okay, so we've explored some of these options, and we've talked about quote-unquote value. But how about the conservative side of things? If you're the ultimate front runner and you say, hey, the Bills and the Chiefs are in a league of their own, you could honestly bet on both of these teams, and if one of them win the AFC Championship, you would still be up money. Is this a smart bet?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of making multiple bets, in a particular conference, even if you can end up with some plus money. You got to be a big believer. I will say, if you have a very strong belief, you can make a very strong case, and maybe you can, then it's worth your money. But for me, I would sort of say, these two teams could probably win it, and that's not a strong enough case in my head for me to make that bet. What about you?
I think one of them probably will win the AFC.
Yeah.
But maybe there are other good conservative ways to play this because, again, going back to my normal strategy of, hey, we just need to make it to the AFC Championship game. And then you have one side of the coin at a pretty long number. So I think when you look at the Bills and the Chiefs, you're like, okay, which team should I trust of those teams? Who has the better chance to win their division? I don't think that the Bills necessarily have a cakewalk over the Patriots, but the same could be said for the Chiefs just simply because their record is just not that great at this juncture in the season. Like, I would have to look at the standings. But at the end of the day, I do think both those teams probably do end up winning their divisions. I think this is where the Colts have a leg up on the competition because they have a big lead in the AFC South, and it feels like they're going to win their division. So their pathway is going to be easier just because they're probably going to be penciled in already as a division winner.
Yeah, I think that's probably the case. I'm trying to find if there's any value on this list at all. Let me throw this out to you because I think it's sort of interesting. Like we were talking about the Patriots. Can the Patriots be a disruptor? Can the Patriots be a disruptor? They have the same odds as the Chargers to win the AFC at 11-1. We have quite literally talked about every team on this list except for the Chargers. Why is that? Because that's why.
Because Joe Alt has had season-ending surgery, and that was a huge blow to the Chargers, who already had some injuries on their offensive line to start the season with Rashawn Slater. I know that they did add some offensive line talent during the trade deadline, but like Joe Alt was the dude up front.
Yeah.
Like you look at the numbers for Justin Herbert with Joe Alt in the games, and it's night and day. So he is a big loss on the offensive line, and it's just a trickle-down thing. When you have protection for your quarterback, the passing game is better, and then complimentary football says, the run game is even better. So that one kind of scares me a little bit.
Yeah, I hear that. And it's amazing, too. That's how you know you're an incredible lineman in the NFL.
Yeah.
Because, you know what I mean? It's not often in the National Football League where a lineman goes out. And I know they lost Rashawn Slater at the start of the year. But it's not often that a guy goes out on the O-line and he has such a significant impact that the rest of the offense falters behind that injury. But Joe Alt is that guy. Like, I remember when they drafted him out of Notre Dame, I think it was, And that guy was an absolute just stud with the Irish, and you knew this is a plug-and-play guy. You put him in, he's going to dominate for a long time. So I hope he gets healthy, but I think your point is well taken, which is once you take a guy like that out, particularly when you're running that Harbaugh offense, which relies so much on balance, like if you want to be successful in your LA, you've got to be able to do both things. If you lean too far into one or the other, you're just not quite the team that Harbaugh wants to be. So you're right. It is a significant loss. Coming up next year on the show, yeah, we love our sports, but we also love our streaming corner. It's a Wednesday. I almost said when I was preparing the show yesterday, I had nothing that I had watched. Well, I was wrong. I came up with something. I bet Chelsea has something. We'll check in with everyone else. That's coming up next on the Daily Tip, and it is here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, it is Wednesday, which means it is time for our streaming corner. And maybe that includes an episode-by-episode recap of Gabby's Dollhouse. Maybe? Yeah?
Well, I don't watch it. Blake watches it, but I'm not sitting there like glued to the screen like, what's Cat Rat gonna do next, that bastard? Like, no.
That bastard? Come on, guy. What are you doing here? Oh, all right. I have to say, since we're talking streaming here, if they don't get it together, and by that I mean YouTube TV and ESPN, like, I'm going to lose my mind. Oh, my God. Anyway, what is your thought? And I'm especially upset about this because I got an email from ESPN yesterday that the price for their app is going up. I don't have their unlimited app where it's just all ESPN all the time. You watch all their shows. But I have the ability to, stream different games and get extra content. And that's going up $20 a year.
Like everything's going up. Right?
I know.
At what point do we just try to like get some bunny ears and put some antenna on top of our TVs and say maybe we can catch a signal for some of these channels, because it's just getting to be too much. And like there is a reason that we had cable in the first place, because all of the channels were in one spot. Yep. And Jenks, as I am getting stuff for my mom who is older, it's like even more confusing, because she used to be able to just, hey, channel up, channel down. Now It's like, you have to go to home. You have to put YouTube TV. So like, I wish that we had an easier option. I don't know if there is, but like somebody needs to give us like a handout or a flyer on like our options these days, because none of this is our fault. Like, this was not our doing. Like, we were loyal viewers to all of these stations or whatever, and we just had the rug pulled out from under us. Like, as Christmas approaches, like, this is the equivalent of like, if we were kids, somebody doing something to Santa Claus. Like, it just feels like Christmas is canceled. It's like, oh, you want to watch college hoops? Good luck finding it, because you don't get ESPN anymore. So I don't know. These companies are basically the Grinch, and they need to give Christmas back.
Yes, they do. So before we get to the streaming corner, we did want to talk about this story as well, because one thing you can always stream is UFC. If you're a big fight fan, Dylan's a big fight fan. He's giving all sorts of plays in the show before he went on paternity leave. So Dana White says he has heard from his fighters within UFC, and he's angry about this, and that those fighters have been approached about potentially throwing fights.
You're seeing things out on the internet where like fighters are coming out and going, "Oh, I was approached. Really? Why didn't you tell us that? Or more importantly, why didn't you tell law enforcement that you were approached? Now you're saying that you were approached? It's like if somebody comes up and says, "Hey, I want you to rob a bank. I'm going to rob banks. Want to rob a bank with me?" And you don't do it. What, you're not gonna tell law enforcement? They're gonna be approached now by the FBI.
Well, maybe that's because they were thinking about it. I guess I could go down after a glancing shot to the left temple and maybe I cash. That's probably why they didn't say anything about it. I don't know. That's just speculation. Or maybe they were just like, I don't want to know. I don't want to get involved. But it is an interesting question. If you've been approached, why haven't you said anything? It just goes to show that what we've seen in the NBA, for example, most recently, is not specific to the NBA.
Well, it does feel like fighting's like the OG when it comes to quote unquote like sports that could be thrown. Like you see this in like old timey movies from like the 1910s, where it's like a boxer is just going to take a punch and everybody had their money on him to lose. So I understand where they're coming from, but like think about a situation where, hey, the mob approaches you about, throwing a fight. And you're like, why didn't you tell anybody? 'Cause it's the mob. And like imagine they find out that you told the police on them. And like what if the police didn't do anything? I don't want to put myself and my family in that position.
Right.
I would say, not this time, but maybe next time. Okay, guys? Are we all good? Like, that's what I would do.
Yeah, let me tell you something about me. I ain't no snitch. You know what I mean? You come to me and you want to throw a fight, and nobody's going to ask me to throw a fight. Be like, nah, that's easy. One punch, I'm out. I'm almost 52. I don't even have to work at that. Just put me in the ring. I'll lose. Yeah, if somebody comes to me and that person scares me, I'm not immediately saying, let me go to the police. I'd be like, you know what? I don't want to know. I don't want anything to do with this. You guys, like, do your own thing. You don't have to worry about me, but I am staying out of it. I think that's a good point. That's probably the best explanation.
Yeah, you say, nothing to see here. Everything's
Right.
great. I'm just going to go about my day. So that's probably why, Dana White, this is why people are not reporting it. Because the mob, I don't know if you've heard about their reputation, but they're kind of scary guys.
These guys, I tell you what, they're a little below board. You know what? Not the best. I'll just put it that way. Not the best. Well, it is the Streaming Corner time, so it's time to brown the meat.
What are you watching?
We enter Jenks Streaming Corner, where Jenks and Chelsea tell you what should and should not be streaming here on the Daily Tip.
What are you watching?
Did I talk about this documentary? Maybe I did. If I'm repeating myself, it's okay. The Biggest Loser documentary. I feel like I maybe talked about this. Fit for TV.
Talked about it.
Okay.
I'm interested, though.
Yeah. Finished it yesterday. Very interesting, because I used to watch The Biggest Loser all of the time, and now I have a totally different idea about what that show is about. And so, of course, it was great TV, and this is streaming on Netflix, 3 parts. Really well done. They talked to a lot of people who were involved in that show, and including a lot of contestants. First of all, almost all of them have gained the weight back. Almost every single person. Sometimes, if not more. And one of the reasons for that, one of the theories is because they didn't lose weight in a healthy manner. Like, you'd see them on the treadmill and Bob or Jillian would be yelling at them like, come on, come on. And like, I can't do it. They're falling over. They're vomiting. It's like, they should not have been pushed like that. Like, medical experts are like, this is dangerous. One contestant nearly died. Like, she went to the hospital and she got up out of the initial challenge, was like, no, I'm going to continue on this show, and continued. But she almost died. Like, she was sort of non-responsive there. So they didn't really care about actual health. It was just like, I'm going to do whatever I can to make these guys lose weight, even if it's not necessarily healthy for them, even if they're starving along the way. And that was fascinating, too, is that some of these contestants knew, okay, I'm a week out. I have a chance to win hundreds of thousands of dollars here. So not only am I doing these workouts that are just absolutely insane, that no sane person should be doing, no person under medical supervision should be doing, I'm just not going to eat for a week because I'm trying to win this money. So then that would become a factor. And so looking back now, you could see things that these contestants would laugh about and say, they would put us in these situations where, okay, you've worked out, now go into this room filled with cake and donuts. And it'd make for great TV, but they'd be like, that's not reality. I don't come home after a workout. It's like, uh-oh, here's a whole room filled with fresh donuts. Like, that's, temptation is there, but this is clearly built for TV. And so they would have the producers who were like, hey, we were there to produce a TV show. Did you watch? This was a worldwide phenomenon. It was. It worked. And then the contestants were like, yeah, it was supremely unhealthy. So very fascinating watch, 3 episodes. If you watch The Biggest Loser, very fascinating to see them pull the curtain back and watch behind the scenes.
Right, because they were dehumanized. And it was like, nobody cares about you as a person. We just want to see you lose weight.
It's true.
And especially it's rich coming from, health professionals and fitness professionals who are supposed to be experts in this line of work where things are supposed to be healthy. And so you see things that are done in an unsustainable way, because losing weight, it's not sustainable if you do it in that way. Like, I don't know if you've ever been around like wrestlers or people who have to like make weight. I remember this in college. They would take home like Ziploc bags full of like spaghetti, and like one week they would just be, gorging themselves on food. And then the next week they'd be on the treadmill for hours in sweatsuits. That is not a sustainable life. Like, you can do that for college and maybe a little after if you're still wrestling, but it's not a healthy way. Like, who here is like, yeah, yo-yo dieting is the best way, to stay healthy and fit? No, it's not. And it just puts your body, in a constant state of stress. Yeah. So all these health professionals, they knew that, and they did it anyway because of the ratings and because of the glory and because of the money that these TV contracts were probably paying them.
It's true. And so it's amazing to look back now and have a totally different perspective on something that I was a fan of at the time. I'm not going to lie. And looking back now, I'm like, oh, I saw this from a completely different viewpoint than I do now because I was just caught up in the reality of it all. So we have a couple minutes here. I'm sorry to cut you off. What have you been watching?
Well, nothing great. And I don't think you guys want to hear about like what I'm watching because I am watching Selling Sunset, which go ahead and roll your eyes, is, the worst of reality television other than the dating shows. Like, I don't watch those. That is absolute trash. But I like real estate, and I do think it's fascinating when they show these big houses and they're like, this is what makes a house expensive. But Selling Sunset has kind of gotten away with that or gone away with that, and now it's more about the drama between the women. So sometimes you just roll your eyes, but occasionally you need a break from like intelligent TV. So that is my break. And that is my one time where I'm like, hey, this is the equivalent of junk food. I can watch a little, but I can't constantly watch this or else will turn into a bad person.
I think the lovely Catherine started watching that as well. I think I asked her, what have you been watching? She's like, oh, there's a new season out. Selling Sunset. Sometime. So she's watching. Time. The new season of Hannah. Yeah, that's what she's been watching. So she's into that. I mean, if you do like real estate, I will say that aspect of it is super fascinating to me. I don't really get caught up in the reality of it, but I can see how that would be a perfect mix.
Well, it used to be more about the real estate, and now it's more about the girls. And you're like, when are they selling real estate when they're getting in all these cat fights?
They don't have time. Yeah, I've seen that, man. It's like, look at this home. Why are you being so cold to me? Like, oh, God, here we go. Coming up next on the show. Just one more day until Week 10 gets underway in the NFL. But before that happens, we'll hand out our first impression roses, speaking of reality shows. That's next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who, the her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Wake up, people. It's time for hour 2 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. And over the next couple of segments, here's what's on the menu. We'll start with our first impression roses in the NFL this week. And what we mean by that is what teams, from a betting standpoint, caught our attention when we first glanced at the slate. At 7:20, we go on to how the betting markets reacted to the NFL trade deadline. Did the Colts do enough to make you trust them during the postseason? It's all next here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. All right, Jenks, time for another installment of Am I a Hater? And I'm going to give you a situation where I feel like there is a line where I could have been petty, but I wasn't. But you tell me if I had any leeway to be petty in this situation. All right, so yesterday I meet my friend at the playground for a play date with our children. I ask her, I say, hey, I'm going to get coffee. Do you want me to get you something?
Okay.
So she tells me her order, which is not a cheap drink. So it's like over $5 for a coffee, which is fine because I asked her if she wanted a coffee. And so we get there. I put our coffees on the table. And for the entirety of the play date, I think she had like 2 sips of this coffee. And I'm just sitting there staring at it like, this cost me $5. You're not going to drink it? And I didn't say anything because, like, she's my best friend. And, like, we were talking. But, like, am I being a hater here? Is this really petty?
I don't think it's that big a deal. You know, maybe she just needed a little pop of caffeine. Like, at what point would you have been satisfied that she had had enough coffee? 4 sips? Quarter cup? Half cup? Maybe she needs to chug, and then you're like, okay, now I'm getting my money's worth. Like, hey, I spent $5 on you. That's a nickel's worth of drinks right there. What are we doing? Maybe you should have got her a little sippy cup, a little small cup, a little espresso cup with coffee in it.
Well, because that's the thing. She asked me to order a medium. Because I was like, okay, if you didn't want that much coffee, like, save me some money and have me order you a small. So I don't know if the drink just didn't taste good or something. But I didn't say anything because I didn't want to be petty. And you're right. It is a small deal. But sometimes I think we all have these moments in the back of our head where, like, oh, I could be petty if I really wanted to, but let's not ruin the friendship over a coffee.
What if she has a sensitive tummy? Speaking as someone that has a sensitive tummy, and sometimes drinking coffee in public is a very big task.
True. That's a good point.
Well, then why would she ask me to get it for her? You know, like, if
she
that
wants
was
to stay
me,
regular.
But do you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's like, I don't do things in public if I know there's going to be like repercussions. Good example of this, Jenks, is when we're out to eat with the bosses. I'm not going to get wings because they're going to be all over my face. It's not that I don't appreciate wings. It's just, hey, I know this situation and I'm going to plan for it. So I haven't asked her about it because obviously, again, this is very petty. But I can't lie.
That.
I was sitting there and staring at her coffee. I was like, she's had 2 sips of this. How am I supposed to focus on this conversation?
I remember that wings dinner very well. And I didn't know you that well back then, but I knew you well enough to know she is not going to eat these wings. And it was not a knock, but I just knew you. And they were like, hey, Chelsea, have some wings, have some wings. And you're like, no, I'm good. I don't really, no, get on in there. Have some wings. And I kept thinking, there's no way she's going to eat these wings because it's kind of like a social thing. I totally get that. I was like, there's no way. And you did not. You held firm.
Well, especially like when you're meeting with your bosses who you want to have like a certain viewpoint of you. And so I didn't want like lipstick all over my face and barbecue sauce And, me be like, so when's my next contract coming up? And it feels like one of those things where I don't want them viewing me like that.
Yeah. Well, I was spilling things. Like, I'm sitting there and, like, my drink's falling over. And it was, like, drink 1. And I'm like, oh, God.
Oh, no.
Like, we've made a terrible mistake with this guy.
Yeah, but then Ryan Horvat swoops in and makes us all look amazing.
And like, this Jenkins character is just fine. Never mind. He's just fine. We love Horvat.
Sorry about that, Horvat. But yeah, we have a very loose environment, so it's fine. In the end, it did not matter, and I probably could have had the wings. All right, Jenks, time to look at the NFL slate because it's never too early to try to find some value. So what we do every week is we give out our first impression roses. So I think everybody does this where you take an initial glance at the slate and you're like, okay, what games are jumping out to me? And then we will investigate those lines further. So there were a couple teams that stood out to me this week. And I will say from the jump, like they caught my attention and then immediately there was like some drawback. They're like, wow, they're really attractive, but like, look at that mole on their face. Like something has to go wrong here. So here are the ones that caught my attention. So let's just leave it that. And we will talk about their moles later on. So first one that caught my attention, and this is in my teaser, this feels like this has to be the square line of the week. Patriots plus 2.5 on the road, the Bucs. Like, I feel like the books know what's up here, and I have fallen into this trap before. I think it was the Niners getting like 2.5 against the Texans. And I said to myself, like, the Texans aren't even good. And who won that game? The Texans by quite a bit. I don't even think the Niners covered in a teaser. I am not saying that that's the case with the Bucs and the Patriots because the Bucs are coming off a bye week, I believe. Yeah. And the Bucs are a good team. They stand at 6-2, and this is a home game for them. So that's one that caught my attention, but I don't think I will end up betting because it does feel like it's too good to be true. But let's talk about your team, Jenks. And the Commanders are getting 9.5. This line was 8.5. Now it's 9.5. And I think that a lot of people and me will be on the Lions here. So has this line grown too much? Because we talked about this yesterday.
Yeah.
The Commanders are going to be missing a lot of players, including Jane Daniels in this one. Is 9.5 too many points to lay against your Commanders?
I don't think so. I mean, what am I going to say right now? Everything that could go wrong is going wrong for Washington, whether it's JD5, whether it's the injuries. Even Frankie Louvu has been suspended for a game because of too many hip drop tackles. And then you have the revenge factor, if you will, of the Commanders going into Motown last year and beating Detroit in the divisional playoff. And also, Detroit is coming off a loss at home against Minnesota. So the Commanders right now really aren't playing for anything with the exception of pride. Joe Witt Jr., the D coordinator, is going to come down on the field. Will that help? I don't know. But I just think it's a bad spot for Washington. And yesterday's was sitting at 8.5. Now it's at 9.5. I think if it's below double digits, you probably lay it with Detroit.
Yeah, I think that's probably where I'm headed in that one. Although I would be especially mad if the Lions burn me in back-to-back weeks. Please do not do that to me, Detroit. Next up, let's go to the Seahawks laying 6.5 at home against the Cardinals. So I think that we have had a hypothesis here on the show that the Seahawks feel like a team that is undervalued. But I'm looking at this line, and I did like a casual glance. I was like, you know what? The Cardinals have played in a lot of tight games, and they've played some good teams closely. Like including the Colts, where they only lost to the Colts 31-27, lost to the Packers 27-23, and they've already played the Seahawks, and the Seahawks only beat them by 3 points. So I see the 6.5, and I can see a scenario in which the Seahawks cover, but I think the Cardinals are one of those sneaky teams that kind of keep it close with just about everybody.
Yeah, I kind of feel that way as well. A divisional game, too. And also, did you see yesterday, Jonathan Gannon said, all right, it's Jacoby Brissett. Here we go. Instead of Kyler. And, I'm curious, like when we talk about this soft benching, like how much of this is, because they said in the article, and I couldn't decipher, like what is going on here. So Kyler probably could play, but the doctors are saying, okay, ideally, if you've got a foot injury, you've got a 4 to 8 week window for recovery. So ideally, you stay out longer, to make sure that foot is healed and you don't re-injure it. So Is Kyler ready to go? Or are they saying, hey, we want to make sure we take care of our franchise quarterback, so let's get Jacoby Brissett in there because he's done a good job? I don't know the answer. I wonder what the Cardinals are doing here exactly, and they're not going to tell us for sure. But back home for the Seahawks after that huge win against the Commanders, you're right. Arizona tends to play teams close, and Brissett has done a nice job at quarterback. I think this is too many points for a divisional game.
Yeah, I think so as well. And speaking of divisional games, like we know that the books are super high on the Rams. They have the shortest odds to win the NFC right now. Mere 3.5-point favorites on the road at the Niners. So you look at this and you're like, okay, revenge spot for the Rams. They lost to the Niners already this season to like a skeleton crew for San Francisco. But I feel like this is another one of those games where it's a divisional matchup. Both these head coaches know each other really well. And it should be noted that the Niners could get back Ricky Pearsall this week. And that would be a huge boon to a receiving core that is, not the best when it comes to depth. We know George Kittle has been back, and that is a huge boost for them as well. So I think this one looks like it should be the Rams, but this is another one where, like, my first glance, upon further investigation, I'm not sure if my instincts were correct here.
I don't know. This line keeps going back and forth. So it started Rams minus 3.5. Then it went down to Rams minus 3. And now it's back up to Rams minus 3.5 again. So it's going to vacillate. And I think the interesting thing here is the matchup between Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay, right?
Sean McVay. Mm-hmm.
So during their all-time meetings, while McVay has the advantage in the postseason, they met once. Kyle Shanahan has the advantage during the regular season where he is 11-7. Overall. So I think here I might lean towards the Niners if you're getting the half point. But if it goes to 3 again, then I kind of like the Rams just because I'm worried about the injury situation with the Niners. Whether it's Pearsall, Brandon Ayuk is still out. Then they suffered another defensive injury over the weekend with Michael Williams. Like, I don't know how many injuries they can sustain and still be competitive. They're doing it because Shanahan is a great head coach, but this is one of those games because of the familiarity between both head coaches where that hook is going to be crucial.
Yeah, absolutely. And then another square play that I think a lot of people see, including me. So how about, I think this is the Monday night game, if my math is correct, because it's on November 10th.
Yeah.
So that means, yes, it's the Monday night game. The Eagles are getting 2.5 points on the road at the Packers. I understand that the Eagles have not been super dominant this year, but it feels to me like this is one of those teams that kind of gained steam throughout the season. It feels very similar to the Chiefs for me, where you can look at their record, you can look at the numbers, but it's still, there is a good team in there somewhere, and especially when they are playing the best teams in the NFL. Yeah. I think they have a chance against just about anybody. So I would be interested to see which way this line goes. I think the public will probably lean towards the Eagles getting points, but I would love it if this line got to 3.
I would too, but it's just screaming Packers. I mean, screaming Packers. The Packers are too good. Like, this is one of those perfect situations, I feel like, where the market is rightfully sort of dismissing what we saw last week against the Panthers, right? Because it's hard when you see a result like that to sort of dismiss that. But every team has a stinker. Even the best teams in the NFL have bad games. Packers had a bad game against the Panthers at home. But we know they're a good team. Like, imagine how you felt about Green Bay after they just manhandled Pittsburgh versus how you felt about Green Bay after they lost to the Panthers. Like, the truth is definitely in the middle. And so the market is doing a nice job of saying, okay, this is still the Packers. They're still at home. The Eagles have some weaknesses here. I think Green Bay is the right side, but I can see a lot of people on Philly.
Yeah, we'll see how that line moves because, again, that's the Monday night game, so we do have some time until that one tips off, or kicks off, I should say. And then the final one, I guess I didn't even ask you, Jenks. Do you want to throw a team in here? I feel like I've been just kind of steamrolling.
Oh, no, steamroll right through. I think the only other game I looked at that I glanced at was it's the under in the Jags-Texans game. But this number has moved so much. It's gone from 41 to 38. Is that where it is now? Yes, sitting at 38.
Yeah.
Oh. I mean, of course, the Jags traded for Jacoby Myers yesterday, which they needed because BTJ has not been good. Travis Hunter is out. And then if you look at the Texans, CJ Stroud is in concussion protocol. They could go with Davis Mills instead. Also, Texans defense, number 1 against the pass in the NFL. Like, this is gonna be a rock fight.
Well, sometimes if it's a rock fight, like they can't make the totals low enough. Like 38 is still, it's not like a healthy total, but like what was the score last week for the Texans and Broncos? Wasn't it like 16-13? So I think it could go similarly to that one. All right, so we've mentioned it. The NFL had the trade deadline yesterday. We'll give you our take and the market reactions to all of the big moves. It's coming up next here on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back on a Wednesday edition of the Daily Tip on November 5th. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. And, of course, yesterday was the NFL trade deadline. Were you just dancing or were you fixing your sleeves?
I was dancing, actually. I'm just pointing to the camera like, hey, how you guys doing? What's going on? How you guys doing? All right, yes. See you guys later. That's, keeping myself entertained.
Lucky that we are on radio, James.
Oh, God. We are streaming.
If you do want to stream
maybe.
us, we are on Twitch. Stream at your own risk. You will see some terrible dance moves, courtesy of both of us, because I don't think both of us claim to be, the best, most hip dancers. But we did have the NFL trade deadline yesterday, and Jenks, I will say, I think I was more locked into this year's NFL trade deadline than some of the other years. Like, maybe we didn't have, the big blockbuster offensive trades, but the fact that the Colts kind of feel like they are going all in this year is super fascinating to me, because we've talked about Carly Ursay Gordon on this show before, how it feels like she is taking hold of this Colts team. And the Colts, of course, are one of those teams that are one of the surprises of the NFL this year. So you see them making big moves where they got cornerback Sauce Gardner from the Jets. Jets got a 2026 and 2027 first-round pick, and Adonai Mitchell, who I think needed a change of scenery after, dropping the ball before the end zone in one of those games. But that's 2 first-rounders for Sauce Gardner alone. Do you think that's too much, or do you think this is the price you pay when you have to strike, when the iron is hot? Maybe the Colts are thinking that this is the year.
I have no issue with this trade. I think it's one of those trades that works out perfectly for both sides, because I know when a trade like this takes place, you say, oh, who won this trade? This is perfect for the Colts because, number one, it addresses a need. You're not just getting a top-end quality cornerback. The Colts are 26th in defending the pass this season. They're great against the rush. They're not good against the pass, so it immediately makes them better on defense. Sauce Gardner is also 25 years old, right? So this is not a 30, 31-year-old cornerback who has seen his better days. This guy is a Pro Bowl caliber cornerback who I think will get even better in that Colts defense. Look, if you get away from the Jets, it doesn't matter if you're a trainer. You're just going to get better. It doesn't matter if you work on the field at the Meadowlands. You're going to get better. You get away from the Jets, you are going to get better, and you just get rid of that dark cloud that's been hanging above you. So there's no guarantee that you get a player of his caliber after a couple of first rounds, particularly if the Colts, because the Colts are good this year, which means what? They're probably going to pick lower in the draft. I love this for them. And if you're Indianapolis, take context into account as well. When is the last time the Colts were relevant at all?
Right. And
Peyton Manning.
Feel like the NFL is right. I just feel like the NFL is one of those leagues that you absolutely have to strike while the iron is hot, and your window sometimes closes sooner than you think. Jenks, look at the Commanders this year, where it's just one of those things where it's not just the team, it's the injury luck and how things are shaping up for the entirety of the season. So I think the Colts have something good going here, and you look at Sauce Gardner, not only is he young, he is absolute lockdown. He's an all-pro for a reason, and allowing just a 50% completion percentage to, opposing quarterbacks. So this is absolutely what you need if you want to compete with the big boys. Think about the quarterbacks that you'll be facing if you want to win an AFC championship. Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, possibly Lamar Jackson if the Ravens get their ish together. So it's one of those things where you need to find something to combat those great quarterbacks and those great offenses. And Sauce Gardner, I'm sure, is very happy now to be playing for a good team as opposed to the New York Jets. And Jenks, it was basically a fire sale for New York, where they also traded away Quinnen Williams to the Cowboys. Maybe this was the big trade that Jerry Jones was hinting at. Jets get a 2026 second-round pick and a 2027 first-round pick, along with defensive tackle Maisie Smith. So another big haul. The Jets are hoarding first-round picks, and it sounds like they should be set up for the future. But my problem is this, and I have the same complaint about my Tennessee Titans, is that no matter how many first-round picks you get, if you don't have a history of hitting on those picks, what good are the picks? Like, here's the thing.
Yeah,
like, if you
true.
draft somebody like Sauce Gardner and you get an all-pro, somebody who is one of the best in the NFL at his position, like, what are the chances you find another one of him in the draft? Like, it just feels to me that it's not an equal trade. Even though it sounds like a lot to give up, these teams that are not great from the top down, I just don't know if they'll even find somebody with all these first-round picks.
Especially the Jets. Especially the Jets. Like, the Jets have just been mismanaged from the top for so long. Wasn't it Woody Johnson last year who vowed to make changes after the Jets facility and how they treat their players was ranked like an F? It was definitely a D at best. And there was that story which I thought was fascinating from, it was a couple years ago, where there were food trucks showing up on Fridays, I think, at Jets practices. And Woody Johnson took them away because they were cost prohibitive. And Aaron Rodgers, when he was there, decided to pay for the food trucks out of his own pocket to keep them there because the players loved it, kept them happy. And then Woody got mad at Aaron Rodgers, supposedly, allegedly, for sort of undermining him and paying for these trucks himself. So you hear stories like that. Are they true? I don't know where the truth is, but these come out. And is it entirely surprising? No, it's not. But when you have an organization that operates in that way, that is that disaligned, is it really any surprise that even with these great draft picks, they might not do anything with them? No.
Right. So it just feels to me, it's like, oh, well, we got a first-round pick, and it might just be an all-pro cornerback. Oh, you mean the guy that you just had that was 25 years old and you hit the lottery with, basically? So I don't know. Good luck playing that lottery, Jets. And the funniest thing is that yesterday their general manager said, I wouldn't call it a tear down. When people were talking about, oh, you guys are, starting from scratch, feels like a rebuilding year. He said, no, the goal is always to win. Look, these coaches and players work too hard every day, all day with the goal of winning on Sunday, and that never changes. Your team's 1-7. Like, can we not just try to say stuff that's just completely and blatantly not true? Like, it's fine if you need to rebuild. You're not going to go to the playoffs this year, and that is fine. You had a first-year head coach. Like, call a spade, and not be like, oh, well, we're going to try to win every week, which I understand. Like, they're not going to go out there and throw games.
Yeah.
But, like, at the end of the day, it is a fire sale.
I would love if he came out and said, I think this is a playoff team. I think this is a playoff team. We got something to play for. I know what you're saying now. It's like you're rebuilding. This is just a message to the players. This is all this is, right? Like, everyone in that building knows that you guys are playing for next season. You're trading away talent. You have nothing to play for. You're out of everything. You're just playing out the string here. So, but I understand. It's like we all see what's going on. Don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining. That's essentially what's happening.
Right. So we'll believe it when we see it, Jets. Maybe win more than one game, and we'll believe you when it comes to winning. Some other moves across the league. The Jaguars picked up receiver Jacoby Myers from the Raiders, and Las Vegas gets a 4th and a 6th round pick in 2026. So honestly, I don't really care that much about the Jags and the Raiders, but I will say this from a prop betting perspective. I saw this article from the Raiders, and Chip Kelly said, we're going to have to take multiple guys to make up for the production of Jacoby Myers because he was a big part of the offense. So I am not going to believe in the core of receivers that they're going to have to, hodgepodge and fill the holes for him. But I am going to believe in Brock Bowers. So now Brock Bowers, who is the best player on that team, bar none, who had 3 touchdowns last week and over 100 yards receiving, I feel like you play him in the props world. Maybe he doesn't get 3 touchdowns this week, but I do think he's a good option in fantasy. It is a tough matchup this week against the Broncos, who we know have one of the best secondaries and defenses in the entire league. But Brock Bowers is going to be peppered with targets. So maybe he doesn't have like his best game, but right now his line for catches is 5.5. I think I'm going to go ahead and take that over. He's going to have 6 catches because who else are you throwing to?
Well, that's a good point. I don't even know. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there. I don't know. It's got to be Brock Bowers, right? Like he's finally healthy. I know he sat out for a while. So did Jacoby Myers, which is why a bad Raiders team was even worse. But as long as you find the right number, I think that's going to be the real challenge, right? So you're really good about finding value in these particular markets, which is not necessarily my specialty. My specialty is talking inflatable donkeys and hockey. That's really where I excel, honestly. That's my wheelhouse. But if you can find the right number, I think it's a great play.
Okay, so let me ask you.
Yeah.
Do you care about the Jaguars or the Raiders? Like, I really had to be like, okay, Chelsea, there's got to be something to talk about here. But, like, listen, like, these two teams just don't interest me at all.
Yeah. I mean, I think you're like, that's it. That's the conversation. These two teams don't interest me. Well, I think the Jags are sort of interesting because, first of all, Brian Thomas Jr. has to learn how to catch a pass. Okay? He has. The Jaguars lead the NFL in dropped passes with 19. BTJ has 5 of those drops. And what's interesting is that they trade for Jacoby Myers, who has not had more than 2 drops in a season ever. Also, I thought this was fascinating. If you look at Jacoby Myers in his career, since 2019, he's played with 9 different quarterbacks. So if he had some sort of consistency, and not great quarterbacks, if he had some sort of consistency, more awful quarterbacks than good quarterbacks, he might be able to continue to produce at a higher-ish level. And I think Trevor Lawrence maybe fits that bill. But he's going to immediately become the number 1 guy in Jacksonville. And if BTJ can get healthier and catch the football and not be scared of contact, the Jags might be able to do something. They haven't been impressive, but they've won enough games where they're kind of hanging around.
Yeah. I wonder, though, with offensive players, how soon everything clicks. Because I do think defense is more of plug and play, where if you get these great defensive players, like I know there are schemes and they still have to learn, some coverages and like the ins and outs of the team. But do you think it's harder for offensive players to like have a great first game? Like speaking of Jacoby Myers, like if you're thinking, hey, should I bet a prop on him? Do you think it's tough for them to learn the playbook? Or do you think it's like, hey, we got you. We're going to get you open. Try to catch some plays.
I think it probably takes some time. They'll scheme some stuff or run some basic stuff, certainly, because they've got to have him and have him now. But I think unless you're one of those truly top-tier receivers, the best of the best in the game, it's not that easy. Like, you almost have to be schemed open. Like, what was it, Tyreek Hill a couple years ago, where during his first year in Miami's offense, when he was just blowing up, he admitted he didn't really know the playbook. But he was so good and so fast in the open field, they just create a little pocket for him. It could be a slant. It could just be a quick anything. Just find him in space, a soft spot in the zone, and let him go. But he was fast enough to pull it off, elusive enough to pull it off. Not every player can do that because not every player is Tyreek Hill. I know he's banged up now. But, yes, they'll find a way to get him the football because they have to if they want to keep winning.
Yeah, I was looking at the matchup for the Jags this week. It is the Texans, like you said, and we've already talked about how we kind of like the under in that game.
Yeah.
So maybe it's not the best spot for props, but you're right. I do think that Jacoby Myers will see some action, and we don't have any receiving props up at BetMGM just yet. So we will have to wait and see when it comes to Jacoby Myers. We talked about this a bit yesterday. So the Cowboys got Logan Wilson from the Bengals. So he traded, I think, like a 3-5-1 team for like a 3-6 team, or vice versa, I should say. That's not really a move that moves the needle for me. One more, the Seahawks got Rashid Shaheed, another receiver to add to the depth chart for an already great Seahawks offense. They got him from the Saints. The Saints receive a 2026 4th and 5th round pick. So it feels like they didn't have to give up a lot for another receiving option. Is this low-key a good move for Seattle?
It is low-key a good move. Think about those receivers now where you have JSN, and Shaheed is a guy who's done some things with the Saints, but who's throwing to him? Spencer Rattler, Tyler Shuck. I mean, any great receiver will tell you, or any good receiver will tell you, and they won't say it publicly, but yeah, you want a quarterback who can get you the football. So you're going to go to Seattle where Sam Darnold is aces compared to anyone else on that Saints quarterback depth chart, and you have Cooper Kupp, who's getting healthy, and you have A.J. Barner, and now you add a guy like this. This is a sneaky good move.
Well, and also, anytime you can add depth to a team that is hoping to make a postseason run, we still have a long season ahead of us, and we know how injuries can be. And so it's always good to load up, and especially better safe than sorry for some of these teams who hope to be a factor come January. All right, coming up next here on the show, it's my favorite time of week where I get to complain. It's a Whine About It Wednesday. It's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back off and rolling on a Wednesday. In a few minutes, we will get to my favorite time of week. It is Whine About It Wednesday, where we get to pick something to complain about it, and we get to talk about it for a few minutes. But Jenks, you know that I've already complained about our current world and how it feels like we should be more futuristic in some aspects. Like, where are the flying cars? I've complained about this a lot. But this next story proves that we are living in the future, and sometimes it feels like we are living in an episode of Black Mirror. So I read this yesterday, and I had to triple check that it was real, because it felt like it could be like one of those things where it was like a made-up headline. But just listen to this and tell me your thoughts on it.
Okay.
So Tom Brady told People magazine that his dog Junie is a clone of his former dog Lua that died in 2023. So Brady is an investor in Colossal Biosciences, and so they collected some blood from his old dog right before it died, and now his dog is a clone. Lot to unpack here.
This doesn't seem right. You know, the difference between theory and practice, which I feel like now more than ever has a lot of weight, like pointing out, this sounds great when you talk about it. This sounds great when you think about it, but actually implementing this doesn't feel right or doesn't suss out. Like if you think about your favorite pet of all time, and I'm thinking back because I've had some wonderful pets, doesn't it feel like, okay, it'd be great to have them back, but it's not really, the soul is not them, right? Like it may sequence up, it may be the DNA, all of those things, they may be 99.9% similar, but there is a soul that you can't replicate when you clone anyone. We haven't cloned a human yet, have we? Oh God, maybe we have. Or an animal that we know of, right? Like you're losing the soul, you're losing the spirit of that animal. So this sounds like, oh, I'd love to have my pet back, but also it just wouldn't be the same. And honestly, I don't want to replace the memory of my previous animal with someone or something that is extremely similar but not the same, right?
Right, because it's genetically the exact same, but like, does this dog even remember you? Like, that's the thing. Like, isn't part of the bond with your pet the fact that you guys share affection and you have this long-standing bond because of your relationship? But if it is a dog that has the slate wiped clean as far as their, like, memories and what has shaped their personality, like, I don't know how much you believe in that for, like, pets, but I do think, you know, their experiences and their relationships shape their personality very similar to humans. You don't have that. So I have wrestled with this and I was like, okay, so what are the pros for this? I do think when it comes to dogs, a lot of people put a lot of stock in temperament. And this is why people go to like breeders, because you want a dog with a good temperament, especially if you have kids. But I think the biggest thing here is it does feel like you're playing God a little bit. Yeah. And maybe this is something that rich people don't even think about. Because
probably not.
Like, hey, like mourning your pet, that's for the poors. I will be cloning my dog, and we will have this dog for all of eternity because we'll just keep cloning it. So I don't know. I think the other bottom line is that rich people live a completely different life than us. Yeah. That like there are so many other possibilities when you have money and when you run in different crowds. Because remember, Tom Brady is not just rich. He is also like has the ties to like Jeff Bezos and all these people that have these crazy connections in the technology world. And also I think that if he is dabbling in cloning, he's definitely doing stuff to his face, right? Like,
oh yeah,
he's definitely using.
Yes, no question.
Like that's what I'm saying.
If you're going to clone your dog, you'll get something done to your face. You know what I mean?
I'm just saying that he's probably doing like stem cell therapy and all the like HGH stuff. Like 100%. If he's willing to push the boundaries, do you get what I'm saying? Like he's probably going overseas to get all these like experimental treatments. And this is why he looks so good.
Well, he looks fantastic. But if I come in one day and I'm like, hey, guess what? We've cloned Bijou. We have 3 of them. You'd be like, yeah, why is your face so tight? I'm like, man, technology's wild. I mean, if you're willing to go that far, and honestly, when you have that type of money, and this is certainly an example of that, then you have access to things that we probably haven't even contemplated. Do you know what I mean? Higher end technologies, experimental therapies. Remember when Jerry Jones just revealed kind of offhand within the past year, he's had this really bad, I believe it was some sort of cancer, but he used these experimental therapies that haven't really been released, and now he's just fine. It's sort of like Magic Johnson back in the day. People forget Magic Johnson's HIV positive. Now, I don't believe his body has any remnants of that at all. That's remarkable. But it's because he had access to medicines, even things in the experimental realm that most people just don't have access to. So when it comes to Tom, I'm sure he knows about something, or he's a member of the Illuminati or something, deal with I don't know what it is. Whatever he's doing, it's something that we can't touch, and that's why he looks great, and that's why he's got a dog that is just like his previous dog.
Right, and this is why he needs to keep making money. Because, like, when he signed that big deal with Fox, I'm like, dude, you already made money. Like, what are you doing? You don't need any more money. When you aim for, like, the stratosphere of, like, Jeff Bezos, I suppose, like, this is maybe what you're going for. And then the small tidbit in this is that I feel like some people may read into this. This is the dog that he shared with Giselle.
Yes.
Let's marinate on that for a second.
Oh.
Do you think there is any remnant of him trying to grasp for a life that he once had?
Well, just wait till his new girlfriend Janelle shows up. Like, wait a second. What's going on? Yeah, she's a model. Is she, Tom? I don't know. What's next? What is next? He's got 3 kids. Next week it's 6. Who knows?
That's the thing. It's like, where do you draw the line? And I don't think there's legislation on this yet, simply because it's not available to most of us. But it's very strange. And it's very strange, like the way that the upper echelon in the world works, because it is very, very different from our lives, which is fine, I suppose. All right. It's time to whine about it on a Wednesday. So let's get to complaining.
Why talk about it when you can whine about it?
Whine, whine, whine.
Here on Whining Wednesday.
Do you want to hear whining?
On the Daily Tip.
All right, Jenks. So we could sit here and whine about how we're not as rich or connected as Tom Brady, but we have other things in our daily normal people lives that are inconvenient. So what are you whining about on this Wednesday?
That I don't have the money to clone my pets and make my face look great. That's what I'm upset about. You know how tough it is to look in the mirror and you're like, oh, God, I'm gray. I got to shave it nice and thin so I don't come in here looking like St. Nick. I don't have a ton of complaints, but I hear stories like this and I'm like, I just need to be grateful for what I have instead of looking at Tom Brady and saying, But then again, if I had that money, I don't think I would do it. I don't have a lot of complaints this week, I don't think. Well, I do, actually. I take that back. But I complain about the same thing. This guy yesterday picked me up from the dermatologist. Yeah, I know, always going somewhere. He has a brand new Tesla, brand new. I'm complaining about his driving because I feel bad for him. This guy had a brand new Tesla, older guy, driving for Lyft, Uber, whatever. This guy, when he picks me up, he goes, kunk, brand new car, goes halfway up on the sidewalk, like as he's driving into the driveway in front of this clinic. And I'm like, all right, might want to pull off that sidewalk gently, not hurt your car. Nah, he's just waiting for me. Just wait. I'm like, all right, I guess I'm getting in here. I get in. All of a sudden, as he drives off the sidewalk, you hear like the undercarriage of the car slamming against the concrete sidewalk. I'm like, this car probably has 84 miles on it. Like, it's brand new. He's clearly going to do this for a living. And he's just laughing. I'm like, okay. Then we come around a corner and he hits the edge of another sidewalk, almost hits another car.
Oh, no.
And then I looked as I'm getting out and he's got like a small scratch, it looks like, on the back of his car. And I'm like, dude, you have done more damage to this car in this one ride than some people do over hundreds of miles. So, I mean, he was braking a little bit during the green lights. That was weird. Well, I was just more concerned about him. So I'm complaining about him not being a little more careful because, dude, you're going to ruin what you just purchased.
He needs bumpers. You know, similar to like when you're bowling or like bumper cars. He needs just like thin padding around his entire car, so he gives himself a little bit of leeway, and that's fine. Like, not everybody's great drivers, but you're right. Like, especially, you said this guy's an Uber or Lyft driver?
Yeah.
Is there not qualifications?
I guess not. I don't know, but I mean, I think anybody can drive, honestly. But that was something that I did not anticipate. I've just had some real bad luck recently, and I'm not someone who demands like, oh, this needs to be a perfect ride. I'm pretty laid back, but when you're hitting a curb and, you know, the undercarriage of the car is like, like hitting the cement, like clearly something's wrong.
All right, so what I'm complaining about this week is, I think we've kind of touched on this earlier, where I think you're in the camp of, like, we need to hold off on Christmas stuff just a little bit longer. But the fact that all the Black Friday sales are already happening, like, it's literally Black Friday. It's supposed to be on the Friday after Thanksgiving. And Target and all these places are like, go ahead and get your Christmas shopping done. I don't want to do it right now. Like, as somebody who likes to wait to the last minute, I don't want to do it 2 months early. Like, Blake doesn't even know what she wants yet. She has not made a list. Because remember, this used to be a sacred act where you would make your list for Santa. And you would write down all the things you want. Sometimes you would clip from a magazine. I remember doing that.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's like we have to buy stuff so early that it's like she doesn't even have time to ask for stuff. So I am simply asking that if we just slow our roll a little bit on trying to implement all of these sales and Christmas. Like, it's November 5th, and I feel like I'm behind on decorating for Christmas. Half the houses in our neighborhood already have their Christmas tree up, which is fine. If it makes you happy, that's fine. But don't make me feel bad for not having mine up.
Oh, I agree. Also, Catherine's mother, Sheila, has already sent us our Christmas gifts. We have 3 boxes. Yes. Just wanted to get it out of the way, I guess. Got some Black Friday deals or something. Like, we have 3 boxes. I'm like, I guess these go under the tree when we put it up.
You have to wait 2 months to open those.
I know. Ridiculous.
That feels unfair. All right. Hour 3 is next to the show. We'll tell you our big takeaways from the college football playoff rankings revealed yesterday. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
the Daily Tip's Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker battle.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who, the her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
There we go. Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on this midweek edition, we will get started with last night's college football playoff rankings, which were released. Then in 20 minutes, we will continue talking about what we saw last night and how Cole Thompson feels about it. He is the host of SEC Unfiltered. Dogster time and our best bets come your way at 8:40. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium during our final hour. We stream each and every day. If you'd like to do that, you can go to BallySportsLive.com or download the Bally Sports Live app. We are streaming on X as well. How you doing? Good to see you. Chelsea, what was your initial reaction when we saw the college football playoff rankings last night? We have Ohio State 1, Indiana 2, Texas A&M 3, followed by Bama at 4.
I think my biggest reaction, because I am friends with you, is that, boy, does Texas look like they are in the driver's seat when it comes to the college football playoff. And remember what a roller coaster of a season it's been for Texas, the preseason #1, to people calling Arch Manning the definition of failure, to now Texas is gaining some steam. And if you look at their schedule for the rest of the season, they have some really big games left to where they can certainly prove things. And the wildest part is it feels like they only have to win one of those two big games against top 5 opponents, because they go on the road to Georgia, which is a really tough one, especially the way that Georgia is so resilient in the fourth quarter. And then they finish the season at home against Texas A&M in a rivalry matchup. So, Jenks, my question is for you, somebody who follows Texas football religiously,
this is
do
true.
you think Texas can win one of those games?
I think so. Texas is a weird team. They're a very weird team. And I say that because, look, they're the only team in college football that has been to the college football playoff semifinal 2 straight years. No other team has done that. They have a Manning at quarterback, and Arch at times looked like he had no idea what he's doing. And then other times looks like he makes these NFL throws, does make these NFL throws that not many quarterbacks in college football can make. I think when it comes to Arch in particular, Texas does not have a great offensive line. They have a hard time running the ball. They have a hard time protecting Arch. Very few quarterbacks in college football have been pressured like he has been. But what happens? They protect him better than they have all season against Vandy. And if not for those corrupt referees at the end of that game, by the way, some of the worst refereeing I've ever seen, that's a blowout. And Vandy is damn good. So Texas is one of those teams because of how they recruit and because Arch does have talent. If they get protection up front, they can play with anyone because that's a top 10 defense. Now they're having some issues on the back end, but all of the tools are there. We've seen it even in that loss to Ohio State. I know they lost to Florida as well. They hung with Ohio State until the fourth quarter. And teams evolve throughout the season, but the tools are there. They need the polish is what Texas needs. But at 30-1, you're talking about good value, really good value for Texas. But they will have to earn it. I do think they can win 2 of the 3 against Arkansas, A&M, and Georgia. Arkansas is one of those teams that will be an issue because that's a rivalry that goes back a long way, and it could be a trap game for the Longhorns. I'm telling you, Texas has to be careful about that game. But if you're the Longhorns, everything is right in front of you because you went out, you're in.
Right, and this is the benefit of having a really tough schedule. And I think when people look at Texas, and some people might be mad about their current standing, I think it just goes to show that the committee really does not want to punish teams for scheduling really tough non-conference opponents. So they look at that, lost the very first game of the season against Ohio State, who is the number one team right now. And they say, okay, that's fine. You lost to the number one team on the road with a relatively new quarterback in Arch Manning. So I think that's the general consensus I get from these rankings, is that that's what the committee said, that they're going to take precedence over everything, is that we're not going to punish you for losses against really good teams, but we are going to punish you for bad losses.
Right.
And we obviously give you more credit for good wins against good teams. So, of course, people are going to be upset. Like, there are going to be teams who are going to be arguing about this no matter what. But I will say this. These rankings matter to an extent. Like, you can see the pathway for Texas. But at the end of the day, like, we see this every year where chaos ensues the last few weeks of college football, especially with some of these rivalry games at the very end of the year, where some of this stuff will work itself out. And some of this arguing that we're doing, on November 5th will be for nothing.
I agree. I can't wait to see how these things evolve. And I do think we got a little bit of insight into how the committee thinks. One of the things that we talked about yesterday was what's going to happen with these head-to-head meetings, right? Mm-hmm. So, fascinating enough, we have BYU taking on Texas Tech this weekend. Right now, BYU is number 7. Texas Tech is number 8, so that's going to have a massive effect. But then you look at Miami and Notre Dame. So these are two teams that met at the beginning of the season in Miami. First start for C.J. Carr. He goes down there. Miami wins the game. And so with both of these teams sitting with a couple losses, you think, okay, will Miami get the nod because they have the head-to-head over Notre Dame? Or will the committee say, well, that was a few weeks ago. We take the whole season into account. We take analytics into account, and we'll factor that in as well. That's what the committee did, which is why we're seeing Notre Dame at 10, and Miami is all the way down at number 18. And frankly, all things being equal, I would say head-to-head matters. It does matter. But when you have such a large body of evidence after what we've seen since the beginning of the season, I think it's pretty clear that Notre Dame is the better team, and the committee recognized that.
Right. And I think that it's also saying that the committee does not love the ACC, and for good reason. Like, the ACC does not feel like a very deep conference, but by issue of, somebody has to make it in from the ACC with the automatic bid. And looking at the conference wins and losses, Miami stands at 2-2 in the ACC. So it's going to be an uphill climb for the Canes. It feels like it's been a precipitous drop for Miami down the stretch. I do think you see this list and you're like, wow, Big 12. They could get several teams in, maybe a couple here. And like you mentioned, there is a big game looming this week. Like you said, who was it? It was Utah and who was it? Texas Tech?
BYU and Texas Tech.
BYU and Texas Tech. So I think a lot of people don't love to give credit to the Big 12, but the committee surely is, as we can tell by these rankings.
Yeah, I think that the committee wants to see a little bit more from some of these teams. But ultimately, I think if you're the Big 12, you have to be pleased where you are, right? Because the committee is always going to lean into an Ohio State or an Alabama or a Georgia or an Ole Miss. Like, the SEC is well represented, at least at the top. And even at the bottom, too, you've got Texas and Oklahoma. So I think if you're the Big 12, they're being respected here, rightfully. But ultimately, when you're playing that schedule, which is softer than the SEC schedule, that is always going to be factored in by the committee. What is your take on Ohio State being number 1? Do you agree with that over Indiana? Mack Rhodes was asked about this. He is the chairperson of the College Football Playoff Committee, and he basically said, look, these teams are very, very close, but we think Ohio State is a bit better up front on the offensive line. We thought they were better defensively. I think this is just old school, like, it's Ohio State.
Right. It's basically them saying, hey, it's the quote-unquote eye test.
Right.
And maybe Ohio State is the better team. It's just that's literally the only way that you can spin it, because all the metrics certainly love Indiana. Like, on paper, their numbers fly off the page. And I think it's just one of those things where Indiana has to earn their credit, whereas, Ohio State gets it on a silver platter. It's like, oh, well, you guys have been great this year. Innocent until proven guilty, which is not the case for Indiana. But Indiana is still in the top 3. And I do think in the grand scheme of things, as long as you're one of those top 4 teams, like you're still in a really good spot. Like, obviously, we don't know the matchups just yet. But Indiana still should be in a great spot to be in the college football playoff and make a strong run. But when you look at the rest of these teams, is there any other team that maybe people have a reason to be mad about their rankings? Like, I'm looking at Oregon, and we had this conversation earlier, where Oregon is 7-1, and you look at all these SEC teams that also have a loss on the schedule, and Oregon's only loss is to the number 2 team in the land. Do you think Ducks fans have a right to be angry?
Yeah, I do. If you're at Oregon, your only loss is to the number 2 team in the college football playoff rankings. And I know immediately you say, well, look at Penn State. Yeah, they got that win, but Penn State sucks now. It's like, yeah. Why do they suck, though? Because Oregon ended their season. That game was so built up, like not just for this season, but honestly, for years, if you think about it. If you think about James Franklin before he was fired by Penn State, like, they had been building for this game for years. Like, this is the team all offseason. This is when Penn State finally makes a run. This is it. I mean, these guys return. They are here to win a natty. They had been building this up before the season. We knew this is the game. It was at night. It was a whiteout. Went to overtime. Like, this was it for Penn State. And once Oregon took them down, then everything fell apart because it destroyed that program for this season. They're going to be fine. They'll hire someone. They're going to be great. But when you lose to UCLA and you lose to Northwestern, I mean, clearly the bottom drops out because of that loss to Oregon. So punishing Oregon because Penn State isn't good now is not fair, because the reason why Penn State isn't good now is because Oregon snatched their souls. Like, if Penn State wins that game, Penn State is probably still undefeated, and then you're really punishing Oregon. So I think Oregon has a case to say, we've only lost to Indiana. We beat Penn State in Happy Valley at night. What else do you want from us?
Right, because I think the main case that goes against him is like, okay, what's their signature win? And it does look like that one, because they don't have any other ranked wins other than, that game when Penn State was actually ranked. But you look at some of these other teams, like Ole Miss only has 1 ranked win over Oklahoma on the road, which, granted, it's a pretty good win. Yeah. But it's just, there's going to be a lot of arguing, and there always is. But at the end of the day, there are 12 teams that get in. And I don't want to hear it because, if you're not one of the 12 top teams in the country, that's your own fault. Right. So I don't want to hear it, but this is why I think they do this. Because it drives the conversation for college football. And there's a reason they have this long, drawn-out show for it, because they know that this type of engagement and reaction is great for college football. So I know that we sit here and say, oh, I wish we could all get along. I feel like these executives are like, no, we kind of like it when people bicker because it actually drives interest in the sport.
Oh, there's no question about it. And honestly, it's a healthy bickering. I don't think that they are purposefully sending a team down the rankings to generate talk or to generate debate, but they probably don't mind it because at the end of the day, these can change, right? They'll change next week. These final rankings aren't out for another month, December 7th. My birthday. My birthday gift will be the college football rankings finally come out and being solidified. So because there is so much discussion, because there is so much debate, because things will naturally change because of wins and losses, this is going to evolve in a big way, and we'll probably see some shockers along the way. The committee knows that. So this is this is kind of like just building out a resume or something where it's not got the polish on it, but you've got kind of the framework in place. Like, this is what we're working with right now, but this is not a finished product.
Right, exactly. So I have one more question from a betting standpoint, James, because right now Texas is plus 170 to make the college football playoffs. And I think we've already gone over, and you think that they can win 2 of their last 3 games of the season.
Yeah.
But if you don't think that game is Georgia, which is their next one, would you wait to bet this until after that game? Or do you think they stand a chance on the road against Georgia?
I think they stand a chance. I'm a little worried. I mean, Georgia has owned Texas recently. But, Florida put up a fight this past weekend, which gives me hope because I thought Florida was undervalued in that game. They got a lucky cover. But I think that we've seen that teams can maybe play with Georgia more than they've been able to in the past. And one thing that Georgia does do this season, which has been a bit of an Achilles heel, is they get off to really slow starts. At some point, that will punish them. And Texas has as well. But I think Texas definitely has a puncher's chance going into Georgia against a defense that is good, but hasn't been what we've seen maybe in previous years. Coming up next on the show, we're not done talking about this here on the show. We're going to continue discussing the college football playoff rankings and chat with Cole Thompson, who is host of SEC Unfiltered. He is next on the Daily Tip. It is here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Thrilled to have you with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, we'll bring in Cole Thompson, get his take on the new college football playoff rankings when we bring in the host of SEC Unfiltered. We already got college basketball taking place. Have you watched any college hoops this season? I watched Texas get smacked around by Duke a little bit last night. That was fun.
No, I don't have ESPN, so I'm still holding firm. And I haven't found pirated ways to watch college basketball because I have found ways to watch the NFL still.
Yeah.
But still looking for good options when it comes to college hoops.
All right. Well, I'm still waiting on that Belmont bet. Whenever you want to throw it out there, I'm waiting. I'm going to get one of these bells we have here in studio, and as soon as I hear that Belmont bet, I'm going nuts on that bell. I really haven't used the bell. We've got 4 bells here. Do they still use these, D-Day? Yeah, all the time?
Yeah, we used to use them on the weekend all the time.
Okay.
We're the only ones in here now, though.
Yeah, it's just us. Last one standing here. Well, someone else we got ready to go here. We can ring the bell for him. Cole Thompson, host of SEC Unfiltered, also producer on Sports Talk 790 in Houston. Cole, good morning to you, and I'll start with the basics here before we get going. Do you agree with Ohio State over Indiana? Why or why not?
Hey, morning, guys. Yeah, I understand if you want to put Indiana in there. Their strength of schedule isn't as polished as maybe Ohio State, but at the same time, their margin of victory has been significantly better than anybody else in the country, especially the top 4. But when you look at Ohio State, the fact is that right now they are playing like the most cohesive team in the sport. They are dominating defensively. It's interesting that they lose 9 starters, and they also lose their defense coordinator. And pencil-pushing Matt Patricia comes on in, and the numbers are actually even better than what they were a season ago. Caleb Downs is having a Heisman-caliber season that we're all overlooking because, well, you got a quarterback that's completing 80% of his passes to 2 elite top 10 wide receivers in the NFL draft over the next 2 years. And the offensive line is doing its job. They're handling business against quite literally everybody, any test that they've gone up against, whether it be a good Washington team, Texas coming on back in. They've made sure to eliminate their opponent and kind of make them obsolete. And to me, that is what screams number 1 team in the country. I have no problem with that. In fact, for my money, I actually have a little bit more of a problem about having Texas A&M a little bit higher. The way that they have looked, the way that they've responded, I think that there's a pretty good case that you can make them as the number 2 team and Indiana at number 3, which, by the way, whenever we finally get to the finish line, the top 4, if it is still going to be Alabama, Indiana, Texas A&M, and Ohio State, the winner of the SEC and the winner of the Big Ten are going to be 1 and 2. So why not just get practicing for that standpoint?
Right, because there is a lot of stuff that will work itself out as the season goes on. And you mentioned Texas A&M, and I see that you are based in Houston. So I have to ask about Texas as well, because we know the final game of the season for Texas is against Texas A&M. So when you see Texas in the 11th spot and it feels like they're in the driver's seat, is this a Texas team that you think will make the college football playoff?
Make it no, but at the same time, I'm not going to bet against them right now. Here's the beauty of what we've seen from Texas. When their offense is humming, it's a top 15 unit, and Arch Manning over the last 6 quarters has been as advertised. He has a complete percentage of 77.3%. He has 6 total touchdowns. He's led multiple scoring drives against Mississippi State in the comeback in Starkville and in the game against Vanderbilt last week. It was closer than expected, but we can talk about bad coverage and officiating regardless of that. The offense is what we saw is going to be the backbone of this team. And if they can go into Georgia in 2 weeks and be able to play that exact same level of consistency, Georgia's been playing with fire. And eventually when you stick around with the flame a bit too long, you will get burnt. This is a very good offense that could jump out to a significant lead and kind of rewrite their pathway into the playoffs. Them being at number 11 does show volume that they are probably going to be favorited as long as a Texas Tech or a BYU drops. But the thing is that because Texas Tech, BYU, and Utah are all in the top 13, there's going to be a pathway for there to be 2 teams from the Big 12, bare minimum, to get on into the 12-team playoff. And Texas still has to face off against 2 teams that very much are going to be ranked ahead of them. The Oklahoma battle as well gives them a slight advantage over Oklahoma if to say Oklahoma were to beat Alabama but lose to Missouri or LSU at the end of the year and still be 9-3. Texas has a good defensive line. They're secondary. People want to go ahead and say, well, they lost their top cornerback and they lost 2 starting safeties. You're Texas. You bring in 5-star talent every single year. One of the things that you completely, boast about in the SEC is that you have great depth. So you got to show me that depth is going to be able to bring it all together when you face off against top 5 teams in Texas A&M and in Georgia. But if you go win out and you're 10-2, you're a lock for the college football playoff. If you go 9-3 and you split the series between Texas A&M and Georgia, and let's say it's by a 3-point differential, there's going to be voters that look at that team and say they have 2 significant wins, they have 1 significant loss, and everything else they handle business against. We at least got to consider putting them in as the number 11 seed.
We're talking with Cole Thompson. He is the host of SEC Unfiltered, also producer on Sports Talk 790 in Houston. So, Cole, do you have a beef with maybe there should be more SEC teams, or did the committee mostly get it right for now?
No, committee got it right. If I'm being honest, I think that Tennessee needs to kind of be out of the picture. And here's the reason why, guys. How do we know Memphis is the top G5 team? They're not ranked. And neither is Tulane, and neither is North Texas, and neither is USF, and neither is James Madison. So if we're going to go down this pathway of saying that we need to have inclusion with the G5 program, which I'm not for, I'm not against. I personally would love to have a G5 playoff. It's more postseason, at-stakes college football. But regardless, if we're going to go down this pathway, you have to have a spot for them in the top 25. So we're looking last night, we're saying, well, naturally, Memphis has to be the team on in. Well, why does Tennessee then need to be ranked? They don't have a significant win this year. They've played in overtime against 2 different opponents. They haven't beaten a ranked team so far in conference play, and they're guaranteed a spot in just because of it's the SEC. And meanwhile, we're talking about the status of James Madison, who right now is humming on all 3 cylinders. They have significant wins over everybody in the Sun Belt, but they have a loss to Louisville, which is in the top 15. And then we talk about Memphis, where Memphis has a win over an SEC team, but they have one of the worst losses to UAB. So how do we justifiably crown that there is a top G5 team when none are ranked? So if it comes down to us losing a team for the SEC, I have no problem with it. But if you want to go ahead and say we're going to include the G5 representative, you have to include the G5 representative in everything. That means in the top 25 to know who truly is the best team in that division.
Okay, so when it comes to these rankings, it always feels like somebody's going to be mad. And sometimes people are justified. And there are real reasons why they can point at the list and be like, hey, why are we further down than this team? Who do you think fits the bill for that team? A fan base that has a right to be angry with these rankings.
Oh, my God. There's the easiest answer of all time, guys. It's Miami. It's 100% Miami. And it's not the fact that Miami is at number 18. It's the fact that Miami is at number 18. And who's at number 10? It's Notre Dame. And I would understand if you were to say, okay, well, we're going based off of projections. We're talking about that we believe at this point Miami is going to finish the year 9-3 and Notre Dame's going to finish the year 10-2. All right, fine. No problem there. But right now, they're both with 7-2 records. They both have a win against a ranked team. They both have a loss against a ranked team. And for Notre Dame's standpoint, Notre Dame has a loss to Miami. So if we're saying that records matter, and we're saying that head-to-heads matter, and we're saying that matchups matter, and clearly everywhere else they do matter because Vanderbilt is ranked ahead of Missouri, Texas is ranked ahead of Oklahoma, and Virginia is ranked ahead of Louisville, all games that were played on the field at an actual site where the head-to-head winner is ranked further ahead, why are we giving the benefit of the doubt to Notre Dame while meanwhile Miami is sitting behind them when they won the football game? And I understand Miami has been dreadful the last couple of games. They lost to they lost to Louisville in horrendous fashion with 4 turnovers. The game against SMU was kind of a little bit of a choke job and also just flat out embarrassing. But the committee's supposed to go in with an unbrashed and unbiased take. You look at Miami right now, the bottom line is that it feels like the voters are punishing them because of the expectations they had in their mind except when they face off against Notre Dame after week 1. Like, that's where we're at. Okay, now you're at 18 because of it. Because Notre Dame doesn't have a significant win over anybody. Notre Dame hasn't played up to the standard of some teams that we've seen in the ACC or some teams that we've seen in the Big 12. But they're Notre Dame, and they have won 7 straight, and they continue to rattle off wins. So we just give them the benefit of the doubt, despite the fact that if head-to-heads are supposed to be a dire factor, they should be right next to Miami, and they should be behind Miami. But unfortunately, Miami comes in at number 18, and it does feel like they're going to need a lot of chaos to happen while they have to win on out just to be in the chatter. Meanwhile, Notre Dame, who they beat, just has to win on out. No harm, no foul.
Cole, who is a team that is not in the top 12 right now? Not Miami, but a team that's kind of hovering right there that you think by the end could actually make a significant move here?
I mean, I think there's 2. Louisville scheduled down the stretch is very, very relaxed. They have that matchup against Kentucky to kind of close things on out. They're going to be able to, I think, show the rest of the country that they are the most complete team in the ACC. So sitting at 15 is not that bad. But I look at Vanderbilt, and Vanderbilt, a lot of people are going to go ahead and say, well, they were embarrassing against Texas. Okay, maybe, but they found a way to come back, and they only lost by 3, which, again, we can talk about that officiating all we want, but they still found a way to respond. They close out the season with games against Kentucky, against Auburn, and against Tennessee. Tennessee right now, there's so many people that want Josh Heupel fired. So there's a lot of chaos currently going on in Neyland. Auburn just fired its head coach. They're not going to face off against Diego Pavia for a 4th time with Hugh Freeze at the helm to where he is going to find a way to mess things up. And Kentucky, for as good as they were last week, they were only good because of Auburn was terrible. So if they run the table and then we see Alabama beat Oklahoma and we see Texas lose to either Texas A&M or to Georgia or both, and if Utah drops a game and eventually somebody from the ACC is going to play against each other, whether it be Georgia Tech and Louisville or Virginia and Louisville, they drop a game, Vanderbilt's in a pretty good spot at 16 to be able to punch its way all the way up to number 11 and get a backdoor cover into the playoff. Maybe it's not the thought process they wanted, but for a lot of people out there, they said Vanderbilt was dead after losing to Texas. Not even remotely close. They just have to win out and get a little bit of a boost. But if those things happen, they're going to be in the 12-team college football playoff.
All right, so we have like a minute left, and I wanted to ask you this because these rankings are great for discussion, but at the end of the day, how many teams do you think can actually win the national championship? Is it a long list, or is it only a few teams?
I think in the best way they can put it in less than a minute, it's going to be based off of your matchups. How quickly can you go out and find out which teams you are facing off against in the 12-team postseason picture? Because I didn't believe Notre Dame could win a national title last year, but they got the benefit of the doubt because of their schedule. I didn't think Penn State could win a national title last year, but they got the benefit of the doubt because of their schedule. I truly think from a talent perspective, there are 6 teams that can win it. I think Alabama, Texas A&M, Ohio State, Indiana, Georgia, and Ole Miss are good enough to win a national title. And maybe you could throw in Oregon. I just need to see a little bit more from them this weekend out at Kinnick Stadium. It's probably going to do wonders. But besides that, I only think that those are the numbers that we're looking at. From that standpoint, you also got to make sure that you get a beneficial matchup. Because the last thing you can afford to do is be a Georgia team that ends up being at the 5 spot. Then you have to face off against Alabama at the 4 spot, and your season's already done before you get out of the quarterfinals.
Make sure you check him out as host of SEC Unfiltered, also producer on Sports Talk 790 in Houston. And is our good friend Cole Thompson. Cole, always appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys, for having me.
Well, I appreciate a man who is willing to support Arch Manning, even if it's over 6 quarters. I'll just take what I can get. But I think, he makes a really good point in not overreacting and saying, overall, I think, these things are built for debate. There's going to be some sort of hot take today that comes out and someone loses their minds over some sort of ranking. But I think on the whole here, there's not a ton to debate. You're always going to have some minor quibbles when you're talking about a 12-team playoff, because even if it's 128 teams, team 129 will be like, why not us? Look at our schedule. So these are always going to be a part of it. But I think on the whole, this is a pretty solid list.
Yeah, I think so as well. And again, once you have 12 teams in, how much bigger does the pot need to be? For finding a national champion? Because from a talent perspective, usually you don't need to go that far even. But I do think possibly when the final rankings come out, the matchups will be something that people bicker about. Because, if you are one of those teams that is down a few spots and you have a much tougher matchup in the first round, that's when people have a right to be angry. So we will, we have fighting now, but just you wait until the final rankings of the season. Then people will be very angry.
Oh, God, don't you know it? That's when the real debate begins, because this is all sunshine and rainbows for now. We've still got a full month until the official rankings are released. So if you're not in now, you can say, all right, we just got to keep winning. These teams will lose if we're not in. Or if you're already in, you say, yeah, let's just keep staying the course here. We're going to be fine. So there will be a lot of jockeying over the next 4 weeks, but that's when the real debate will take place. Coming up next, a little more debate on how we're going to win some money today. Yeah, maybe we'll do it in the NBA. Maybe. I'll ask Chelsea. That and more coming up next on the Daily Tip. It is here on the BetMGM Network on a Wednesday. Come on back.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. Guess what? Dogster coming up here in a little bit. I see you looking at the NBA slate and getting more depressed by the second. That's it.
This is true. I'm definitely not feeling great about this bet. But we've talked about this a lot, is that I never feel super confident betting on a league when they just start the season, just because there's not that much data to pull from. And like, we come on the show and we like to have ammo and logic and stats behind our arguments. And it's just when you don't have that much information to draw off of, a lot of it is, hey, trust me, bro, this is what I'm seeing with my eyes. So it is a limited sample size, which sometimes can be statistically inaccurate if you're trying to expand it over a season. So it's just one of those things where I'm going to give a bet, but please don't put the mortgage on it, because I don't feel that great about it.
So you don't want me to take your bet today, repost it on X and say, put the mortgage on it. All caps.
I don't know.
Put the mortgage on it.
I would not be surprised if our social team does this, though. Like, sometimes
Chelsea.
I have a take on things, and like, they're like, the headline is, Chelsea is hammering the Colts to win the Super Bowl. And it's like, I said the Colts have a chance to win the Super Bowl. So, like, let's not try to church it up. So please do not take my words out of context. I have a bet on the NBA today, but again, it is a 2-star out of 5 ranking for my confidence level.
Here's what I'll do. I'll pick up the baton here. You got the Sixers, I believe. I won't give it away. And I'll just say, Chelsea Messenger says Philly to win the NBA title this season. And I'll put like clapping emoji. You'll be, put it on me. I'll take it. I'll take the heat.
Well, like, I get what they're doing, and like, you need catchy headlines on social media, and you need to grab people's attention. But like, sometimes you're like, oh great, this is a take that I am attached to for the rest of eternity. The internet lives forever, Jenks.
It does. Well, they just delete it. Just be like, delete. That pick never happened. Never ever happened. That's why I have a perfect record on X. What are you doing today? I am finally. I got a lot off my plate, so I think I got a haircut and a nap. That's big day for this guy. Huge day.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
Like, I think the worst days are when you have a bunch of stuff scheduled. Like, the best is when it's just, like, open and you don't have anything. Because, like, I still have things to do, but I don't have anything that I have to be at a certain time. Right. So I will probably make something in the crock pot today. I need to go to the bank. Obviously, I'm taking Blake to school. I've got to get her some new winter clothes, because winter just came just, like, quickly. And here's the thing about kids. They're a different size every year. So it's like, oh, you bought clothes last year, time to buy them again. So that is kind of annoying, but it's one of those things for kids. And it is fun for them to get a whole new wardrobe.
Sure. Let me ask you this. Is she done playing baseball? I mean, we're getting close to the wintertime here. Is that finally wrapped up?
Yeah, that was about a month ago.
Oh,
so
no
they haven't
way.
had softball in a while.
Whoa. Did she win MVP? The Yoshi of her league? The Shohei?
I mean, they don't even keep score in these games, and they don't have referees. So if that gives you any insight, everyone's an MVP, and everybody gets a trophy.
I was going to say, when I think about that league, everyone's a winner. Everyone. Everyone who participated, I hope they got a trophy too, because everyone deserves it.
They did.
Good job. Yeah. Oh, good. That's good.
I mean, she's 5. What did you expect?
You know, I can't wait. Her projections are by the time she's 7, it's scholarship time. It's only a matter of time. Do they hit off a tee or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, without taking too much time explaining it, it's like they get 3 pitches from the coach, and if they don't hit one of those 3, they go to the tee and they get to cut off the tee.
Okay. I like that. All right. Looking forward to next year. What about Jake's travel team before we get to our bets? Is that still going? Because last time I checked, they were really good. Is that over 2?
I mean, Jenks, it's winter. Like,
I don't know.
They don't play in the winter.
Why not?
They don't play in the winter. So, no, that is over as well. Because it's
Did they
cold.
I know. Well, did they win a title? I need to keep up on these things.
I mean, I don't think so. Like, I don't really keep up that much.
So.
Like,
All
they
right.
go to tournaments, but like
Okay.
with travel ball, it's like they finished number 23 and like whatever. So it's not. I don't know. It's all like weird stuff, or it's like rankings and things.
Yeah.
So it's not. And there's so many associations. They're like, well, we won national champions of Dixie Youth, and we won national champions of AAU.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things just so parents can brag on Facebook.
I get that. I don't like Dixie Youth. I feel like they've been braggart for a long, long time, and I don't get behind that at all. So anything but Dixie Youth. Okay, well, I don't know what the rankings were there in Hendersonville, but let's go 2-0 tonight.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea. Chelsea Messenger says, hammer this bet. Go ahead.
Here's today's dart throw in the NBA. And, like, bear with me as I get my legs in betting on the NBA. I feel like a wobbly little young deer right now trying to walk. So today's guess is going to be the Sixers, because the Sixers have been great at covering the number this year. And sometimes you can find value on some teams that have been overperforming as relative to expectations. So today, the Sixers getting 10 points on the road at the Cavs. And I understand that the Cavs are a good team. Darius Garland is supposed to return tonight, but this is a lot of points for a team that's 5-1. And I understand that Joel Embiid is not going to play because it's a back-to-back, but the Sixers have a winning record without Joel Embiid playing in games this year. Tyrese Maxey has been playing out of his mind. And here's the other thing. Normally, I'm not a huge fan of playing teams off a back-to-back, but the Sixers are coming off an embarrassing loss to the Bulls, in which they blew like a 20-point lead in this game and lost 113-111. Tyrese Maxey scored 39 points in this game. He will be playing in this game, and they have some other additions to the team. VJ Edgecombe has been a nice surprise coming out of the draft. So I think the Sixers can keep it within double digits against the Cavs tonight, because, again, they have been one of the better covering teams in the NBA, standing at 5-1 against the number. So let's go Philly, and let's hope they can keep it within 10.
All right. Let's go. Let's get a dub. All right. Went 1-0 in the NBA last night. Come on. What if I never bet on the NBA for the rest of the season and I just stayed undefeated and I never let people know, yeah, perfect in the NBA, perfect in the NBA. Maybe that's what I'll do. Who knows? But tonight I'm going back to the ice, and I'm being a homer tonight. Caps on the money line. Oh, yeah, minus 150, even better. We've seen some money come in on the Blues. Why? Because the Caps have been struggling recently. They've lost, 4 straight? I'm not worried about it. Tonight's going to be the night that Ovi gets 900. I can feel it in my bones. He's been stuck on $8.99 for a few games. It's going to happen tonight in front of the home crowd. Logan Thompson in net for the Caps. 5-3 this season, 1.51 goals against average, and they're taking on a Blues team that is really struggling. They have not won on the road in forever, a few weeks. They're 1-8 in their last 9. So let a little bit of that money come in on St. Louis at plus money, because I am on the team getting the dub tonight as Ovi gets number 900. Caps minus 150 here in D.C.
What are the chances that the local bars actually show this on TV? Because I think the last time I was in town, it was like another milestone for Ovi.
Yeah.
And we were standing there at the bar and you're like, can we please get this on hockey? And they're like, no, it's on like some European reality show. So I know you complain about the local bars all the time. Let's hope they show it for the patrons tonight.
They better. I'm going to lose. I don't care what you have to subscribe to. I don't care what you have to do. But if I come in here again and I see Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants on for the 85th time, it's all the time. That's why I like going to my little bar around the corner, because they know when I walk in, and they're very kind, and I've been there forever. I open my mouth. They're like, don't worry. We're getting on ESPN for you. Like something with a game on. Or if it's local, then I want the Caps on, or the Wizards on, the Mystics on, whatever. Like, it's our local teams. And by the way, we're down the street. Like, you can walk to the arena from here. Why is the game not on? That blows my mind. Like, it's almost like this little pocket right around Chinatown. Like, it's on there. But you get outside of that, and it's like, oh, look, Die Hard. Like, no, I like Die Hard. But I don't want to see that tonight. I want to see the Caps and Blues. I will complain about this until I'm blue in the face.
Especially when you have to watch it on mute. Like, sports is the perfect thing to watch on mute as opposed to movies. We're like, I wonder what they're saying. I bet that was a funny line there. No, like, I'll even watch, like, reruns of old games where they're like, here's the AFC Championship game from 2021. I'll still look up and watch it.
Yes, exactly. Okay. All right. Yeah, it just feels right. You know, you're in the bar, you got a drink, you're talking with friends, you look up, sports is on. Come on. All right. Let's talk with the Donkster here. And we'll hand it over to Bet Sweats. Donkster, what's going on?
Good morning.
Okay. Good morning. What's going on?
Does anyone want to hear my college rankings?
No.
Sure. Go ahead.
Number 1, Arizona State. Number 2, UCLA. Number 3, Texas State. Surprise. Number 4, Ole Miss.
Donkster, where did you get these rankings? What are they based on?
The hotness meter.
Okay. That's what I thought. I knew when I heard ASU. Right there near the top. Okay. Do you have a bet?
I do. Jazz plus 10.5 in Motown. They call it the Motor City.
Great. So, educational. Thank you, Donkster. I want to know last night, so good for him. Whew. Is Sammy P still alive? What about Joe? Are they still alive? They still around? I don't know. I gotta call, text, check in on your friends if you haven't heard from them in a while. Just make sure you're doing okay. Just a public service message for everybody out there.
Yeah, they're dead to us. Maybe that's a little mean, but like no crosstalk anymore. They don't care to check in on us.
Yeah.
So
what about me? You don't know if I'm doing okay? Have you listened to this show? Okay. Guys, we always appreciate the time. That is it for us on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For the entire crew and Chelsea, I'm Jinx. Have a great day. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. It's time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome into Bet Sweats. It's a Wednesday morning. A little change as far as the usual Wednesday slots. We usually have foul territory guests coming in. But baseball's over, at least for now. We'll still talk some baseball, of course, but no World Series. So we're taking some time away from them as a weekly guest. Nate Collins will be joining us in 20 minutes from right now. We'll take a look at the college basketball future landscape. Sammy has some thoughts there. Power Rankings Wednesday. What are we going to do? How about the most excited teams we are looking to bet in the college football playoff? We got our first group of rankings as far as that goes. And Will Brinson will be joining us, Nickel or Dime, Live Dogs and Teasers. A lot happening on this Wednesday. What's going on, Sam?
I hate the NBA. It took me about a week to remember that I hate the NBA. Did you see the end of Sixers Bulls? Oh, wait, you don't have that channel. Did you?
I saw the highlight. I saw the highlight on Twitter.
The Sixers led the entire game. The entire game. 12-minute quarters in the NBA. They led at the end of the first, the end of the second, the end of the third, and they led with 30 seconds to go. And then the Bulls hit a three in the final 5 seconds. Vucevic hits the three. Noted 3-point shooter Nikola Vucevic hits a 3. It was the first Bulls lead of the entire night. And then the Sixers miss a 3 at the buzzer, and the Bulls win. The Bulls led for 3 seconds, and I lost my Sixers +1 bet. Joy.
Oh, you did +1.
+1. They were up 111, 110 with 5 seconds left. Bulls hit a 3. Stacey King says some of the weirdest stuff I've ever heard on a broadcast, and the Bulls
It's
win.
so dumb. Yeah, I know. I watched that highlight a number of times because a lot of people were tweeting about it, even national publications, whatever you want to call it, national outlets. They were tweeting about it, about how weird Stacey King is.
He's a weird man. He's weird.
I know what he's referencing. I know what he's doing. Here's the thing, like with this NBA audience, with the NBA audience that you're talking to, I'm old, right? I'm old. He references stuff that's too old for me. Like, I know what he's saying, so I kind of get it, but I would say 90-some% of the people that are watching have no idea what the hell he's talking. It's just so he tries it out to himself, and it's just so over the top. I liked him in the beginning. I liked him when Derrick Rose was playing a while ago, and it's quite stale. The play-by-play announcer keeps him listenable, honestly. But he's just screaming as much as he possibly can. Did you know that screaming and hot takes, that's what gets you somewhere in this business? That's evident in a number of places. But that's a much longer conversation. But yeah, I don't know. Were you mad because of the shot, or you're mad and then you got to listen to Stacey and like the whole thing? I'm sure.
All of it makes me mad. Paul, why don't you read the text? Go ahead. I know what you're talking about. Let it rip.
8:13 p.m. Central. Sam Panayotovich, Sixers, Moon.
Oh,
I've been that guy before. We've all been that guy before.
They were up 24 at the time of text.
Was that third quarter?
It was 77-53.
Yeah.
Sam, you're not helping your
didn't
case.
get there either. Edgecombe didn't get there either. But he had a double-double.
But they're up 24. So did the run start right then and there after it was delivered?
No, the run didn't start until the fourth quarter. I also don't think me sending Paul Sixers Moon was the reason the Sixers didn't win the game. I took a couple screenshots of the box score, though, and then we can hopefully move on from this game. I brought it up, and I no longer want to talk about it. With 4 minutes and 26 seconds left, Tyrese Maxey made his second free throw. He got fouled. It was 109-104. He made both free throws. So the Sixers, with 4 minutes and 26 seconds to go, were up 111-104. They never scored another point in the final 4:26.
You know what I'm going to say? It has nothing to do with that text. It has nothing to do with your bet. It has everything to do with Gertch. Everything. We update it. Bears will go winless in the NFL after that Detroit loss. Since then, the Bears have won 5 out of 6 games. Indiana will go 0-9 in the Big Ten. They are now 6-0, and they are number 2 in the college football playoff. And the other one was Bulls under. Big time. Every Bulls under that you could find. Go under the win total. Fade them in as many games as you possibly can is, I'd say, the gist of it. And the Bulls win last night. They only won, like you mentioned, at the very end for a second or two, if that. And the Bulls are 6-1. It's powerful, man. You faded Gertch. You faded the Gertch powers that we've learned about. That's on you.
To be fair, this actually wasn't a bad win in the big picture because Gertch did get me to over 31.5 on the Bulls, and they're now, as you said, 6-1. So
lock it in.
Glass half empty. Bulls don't cover, or Bulls do cover. Sixers don't cover. Glass half full. In 7 games, they've won 6, and the adjusted win total is now in the low 40s. I did not, on my bingo card, have the Bulls in first place in the East after 7 games. Good for them.
Wow. Yeah, it's incredible. So a lot happening. We had the trade deadline. None of the blockbuster moves happened until we were off the air. We also had the college football playoff. We're going to, in our power rankings, do that college football playoff and talk about the teams that I think have value. I think that's where we're going to head instead of the very top. But let's go there before the deadline, since that was a bit fresher coming out last night. Could not watch it for obvious reasons. Thank you, YouTube TV. Thank you, ESPN and Disney. Ohio State, number one. We talked a lot about that idea. Is Ohio State really going to be the one, or they're going to go with Indiana? They go Ohio State 1, Indiana 2, Texas A&M 3, Alabama 4. Those are notable because those are the top four. Those 4 seeds are going to get buys. And then we get to Georgia, Ole Miss, BYU, Texas Tech, Oregon. Notre Dame is in the top 10. In the top 10 after starting the season with 2 losses. Virginia gets in. I'm sure we'll talk to Nate Collins in about 10, 15 minutes about that one. And then Memphis, the group of 5 team, they slide in there at number 12 overall. I can't sit here and say that there's anything shocking. We both understand that it means next to nothing. We still have another month of these rankings to go. But, Sam, I think it's an interesting conversation. I like looking at matchups, potential paths, and it gets me even more interested in college football playoff.
And we'll talk more about our favorite bets to make when we do power rankings later in the show. But I didn't really react hot takey. What I did when I saw the bracket, I texted 3 different odds makers in Vegas and said, let's make numbers on these first 4 games. And I have the list. If you'd like, I can read you the 4 spreads I have on the first 4 games.
Okay.
Memphis at Georgia. Georgia would be 19.5 point favorites.
Oh, man.
Oregon at Texas Tech. Pick 'em. Pick 'em. Virginia at Ole Miss. Can't wait to tell Nate this number. Ole Miss minus 16. 16.
16.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And then the last one, Notre Dame at BYU. This is the one that got the wide range of numbers. So I heard a 6, I heard a 9, and I heard a 7.5. So
a
what
9.
do you do? Yeah, Notre Dame is at BYU. At BYU. It's not a home game for the Irish. They'd have to go to Provo. But the average number of the 3 numbers that I got, Notre Dame minus 7.5 at BYU. And here's the truth. If BYU gets smoked this week, they're a 10-point dog on the road, they're going to be out of the playoff probably. So,
yeah.
Not out of it, but like they'd have to win the Big 12. And I feel like if they get smoked this weekend, it's going to end their season. And then they'll just stumble to the finish line.
Yeah. You're right. Okay, that's really interesting. So 3 sizable numbers, 2 monster numbers, more than a touchdown for Notre Dame on the road potentially. That's big. And 1 pick'em. They're saying Oregon's better than Texas Tech on a neutral field. So that's an interesting conversation. I'm sure Oregon's a team that we're going to talk about throughout. But yeah, as far as, big takeaways, what I'm also more interested in, like people look at the top 12 and the matchups and all that, even though these won't be the matchups. It's fun to talk about. I'm most interested in the teams on the outside looking in. Okay. Which ones are close? No cigar right now, but there's a lot of room for them to get in. Texas is basically your first out if we were to bring some college basketball, March Madness terms into this. Oklahoma there, Utah in the conversation, Louisville the same. And you end up looking at the schedule. What if those teams get to their conference championship games? There are a handful of teams on the outside looking in that could easily find their way into this. And like you point out, BYU is one example that could be out. Virginia is obviously another. Who knows if it ends up being Memphis? Notre Dame loses once. Right now, they're the 10th. They're out. Notre Dame is out if they stumble. And it's easy to map out and talk about that. Well, this is going to happen. That's going to happen. That's not the reality of college football. There are going to be some shocking things that occur over the next month.
And if you think about the conference breakdown of the teams that are in this first projected bracket, the ACC only gets 1 team, and it's a 14 seed. So that's not great. We were talking a couple weeks ago about, or the 11 seed rather. They're ranked 14th. That's it. Just one team. And a couple weeks ago, I think a lot of people were saying, oh, well, Miami will get in. Oh, Georgia Tech might get in. Maybe Virginia gets in. DraftKings had a number a couple weeks ago. The over-under on ACC teams in the playoff was 1.5, and the over was minus 190. Might only be a one-team league because the teams at the top have not taken care of business for the most part, especially Miami. So you've got a slew of SEC teams. You've got 3 Big Ten teams and only one ACC team in this first bracket.
Remember last year, there were 4 SEC teams in there. And right now, they have 4 SEC teams. So when you start talking about all these teams that are going to be in, okay, take a step back. It seems like the max is probably going to be 4 from any conference. The Big Ten could get a 4th team in. Are you going to have multiple Big 12 teams? I don't know about that. We'll see how it plays out. It is bunched up a whole lot at the very top. Joe Sammy P, you've got Bet Sweats. We'll talk more about that college football playoff reveal. Again, 10 a.m. Eastern. We're going to go over it all in power rankings and bring the title odds into the conversation. Trade deadline is exciting. It gets more and more exciting every year. We had 25 players traded in the season. That is the most we've seen in 25 years. You saw a number of first-round picks exchange hands here, and the big one is Sauce Gardner goes to the Colts, Quinnen Williams goes to the Cowboys, in addition to all of the other moves that we've seen in season. Don't forget, Micah Parsons was in season. I think under the radar, Rashid Shaheed is a really nice move for Seattle. What grabbed your attention?
The Colts getting bet yesterday. So there was a book that had them about 7-1 to win the AFC, and now most books are around the 5-1 range on Indy. I'm aware they just lost to Pittsburgh. That's the NFL, right? It's not easy to go on the road and win. And it's so wild. Nobody really believed in the Colts, and then they lose a game in Pittsburgh, and everybody's like, see, they're not real. They're not real. And the truth is always sort of in the middle. But if you look at most sports books, the pecking order is simple. Kansas City, Buffalo, very tightly wound. And then on line 3, it's the Colts. So Sauce Gardner is going to draw some money. And now it's not earth-changing money. It's not going to move them from, 6-1 to 4-1, but it's enough to get them around 5-1 now, the third best team in the AFC.
What do you think about giving up 2 ones for him?
I don't mind it. Go for it. How long is your window there? How long is it open?
I heard a lot of people ranting and raving about how the Colts gave up 2 ones and that's too much for Sauce Gardner, blah, blah, blah. He's 25 years old. So you're willing to say his prime is done. He can't get anywhere close to the level that he was playing at a few years ago. 25 years old, going to be invigorated in a winning situation, one of the best teams in football. You don't think he's going to play better? I do. And the key to what you said right there, window. Whether you believe it's all passing, all rushing, it's more balanced nowadays. We know that. And when you have an elite running back that can change everything. Oh, who won the Super Bowl last year? Oh, that's right. The team that Saquon put on his back. How many years is Jonathan Taylor going to play at this level? You're going to sit around and just, no, the value's not there. I don't like it. It's not enough value. And then he's not the guy that he used to be. And maybe that was your window before you found a quarterback that you had to pay. So I like it. I like the aggressiveness. Good on them, man. It's not like these teams at the top of the AFC are unbeatable. They've proven that because they're playing just as well as some of them. Joe Sammy P, this is Bet Sweats. We'll get Nate Collins' thoughts on trade deadline coming up next. Keep it here. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM network.
Here on Bet Sweats every Wednesday, Nate Collins from the Green Light Podcast, kind enough to join us at Big N98 over on social media. And Nate, we got to start with the trade deadline. I mean, that was a big story of the day. What's top of mind here? What do you think? I mean, we're in an era, it's a little bit different than when you played, where we've had 25 players traded this season. Like when I was younger, growing up as a fan, it was, okay, baseball trade deadline, that's big. But in football, it's like a big nothing every year. Now that's not the case.
It was electric yesterday, and it was funny in our group chat. I was just texting, and I was just like, what did people used to do on the trade deadline before social media? You just had to wait for hearsay or for the newspaper to come out to see that your favorite player has been shipped across the country or your team, or to see that, your favorite player went from the best defense or the best team in the division to one of the worst. Like the Colts trade to the Jets, A.D. Mitchell. I just can't imagine just waking up on a team that's in the hunt for the Super Bowl to a team that everyone in that locker room is probably planning their off-season vacations already. big day. But I'm excited for the Jaguars. We got Jacoby Myers. Jacoby Myers has a 1.1 drop rate since the start of last season, and that's the fourth lowest among players with 1,000+ receiving yards. And boy, do we need that in Jacksonville. And I'm excited we got an electric receiver. How about that? You go out there, you win a close game, and then you take one of their offensive weapons back with you across the country. I love it for the Jaguars.
You got a weapon at kicker too, man. He just booming that thing.
Oh, my goodness. My guy, Cam Little, but my leg is big. That's my guy. I'm so excited for him. And honestly, that kick, it still had yards to go. And obviously, I'm a huge Jags fan. So in the preseason, we seen him hit a 70-yarder, and it didn't count. And it's crazy that he made that kick, and it was a perfect situation. And one of those things where even leading up to that kick, like that's why I get so upset at Trevor Lawrence, because everything with those couple of plays leading up to that kick went perfect. And to see that kick go through, I was very excited.
So right before the year, they trade the Cowboys, trade Parsons for 2 ones. Now he's demanding a trade. And then yesterday they trade for Quinnen Williams. And they gave up a 1 and a 2. What are they doing?
I feel like Jerry's just being Jerry. I have no idea. And maybe this is something later on. Jerry be like, I told you so. If that defense finds a way to shape up, do I think that Logan Wilson and Quinnen Williams is going to patch up and flex seal everything that's wrong with that Cowboys defense? Absolutely not. But the only thing is the Cowboys offense is electric, and Dak and the boys are going to be the ones keeping them in games. And maybe if they can just slow up and make a few stops a game, and these guys plugging these guys in, if that can help them a little bit. We've seen week after week, the Cowboys, I mean, not this past week, but the Cowboys are capable of putting up 40 points any game they play. So maybe defense can get them the ball a few more possessions, but I don't know. Right now, I'm not sure what Jerry Jones is doing.
So you played in Chicago. You know how crazy the fan base is. I'll say it. You don't have to. They're all crazy. They're 5-3. And I still don't know how good they are. What do you think?
I think if Caleb keeps playing well and developing and maybe hitting some of his check downs without issues, I feel like the Bears, they have a pretty good team. I mean, they just found a new running back with Monunga. I want to say his name the right way.
Yes.
With him, and it's always good to find extra weapons when you're a team like that, and with an offensive coordinator, I mean, in a play caller that they have on offense. So it just probably opens up the playbook for them. But I think Caleb, Caleb is capable of taking this team where they need to go, and it's going to rely on him. And if he plays well, I feel like the Bears, they can honestly they can compete with anybody. But if he doesn't, they won't. So I think it's really going to rely on Caleb.
Is the defense as bad as it looked? Because it's been getting worse, but you're also playing, people are laughing at Cleveland. Oh, Flacco didn't do anything with you, and now he's throwing for 470 with this team. Well, it's a little different when you have arguably the best receiver in the game. You have 2 all-pros to work with. Yeah, things are going to be a little bit different. Is that Bears defense as bad as what we saw this past week, or somewhere in between is probably the answer?
I think it's probably somewhere in between. I just feel like Joe Flacco has a lot of weapons on that offense, and we're probably going to see him do that to a lot of defenses for the rest of the year. But they just have to get pressure. I mean, they have to focus on getting more pressure, and whether they can do that or not we're going to have to see. But I don't think the Bears defense is that terrible. But one of the biggest things, And I just feel like it's a lot of teams overall, like on defense right now. Everyone just has to focus on tackling. I just feel like a lot of teams just aren't tackling well right now. And even for the Bengals, that was evident. Like, that's one of my biggest football pet peeves for guys on defense. That shoulder checking BS, like you feel like you're going to be able to shoulder check every single person to the ground, is absolutely crazy. And it's just like, wrap up, make the tackle, make the tackle.
Well, tackling isn't sexy anymore. It's about laying the wood. It's about knocking somebody out. Why would we form tackle? It's not sexy anymore.
It's that.
I'm looking.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just going to say it's that. And then, like, guys right now, this time of the season, most teams, you're not tackling. You're not tackling in practice. It's hard to, like, really get work on it during the year, but a lot of these teams, they should be. And it's evident out there.
So BetMGM has the NFC market tied on top. You have two teams that are both 4-1. Your Packers are right there too. They're 5-1. There's 4 teams that are really, well, 5 teams with Seattle that are in the mix to win the NFC, according to the odds makers. But the 2 teams on top are the LA Rams and the Philadelphia Eagles. Which one do you like more of those 2?
I think I like the Eagles. I think the Eagles, everyone's kind of saying it and seeing it. They always do amazing when it's trade deadline, and I feel like they got what they needed to make their run this year. They got some pieces on defense, some pass rush, which they needed, and they needed a few cornerbacks, and they got all that. So I would say the Eagles right now, because the Eagles offense is the Eagles offense. As much as people are thinking that it's not the same last year because Saquon isn't running for 150, 200 yards every single game, but they're still winning games, and they still have A.J. Brown. They still have all these weapons on offense. So I would honestly say it's the Eagles, but it's not by that much because the Rams, they look good. Like, Puka is playing amazing, and with Stafford, it's one of those things where he's probably up there for easily like top 5 quarterbacks in the league. So you can't count them out, but right now I would give the edge to the Eagles.
This is Bet Sweats, Joe O, Sammy P with Nate Collins here. Your Jaguars at the Texans. Sometimes it's not who you play, it's when you play them, and people forget that. Stroud, if he's going to miss a game, you would think there's a decent chance that this would be the spot here due to that concussion. He had to exit early on Sunday. You mentioned the addition of Jacoby Myers. I find that to be very interesting. Was that more about an injury with Hunter, or is it more about what Brian Thomas Jr. has not been doing this year, and how does he work himself into the offense right away? How do you see this game playing out, Jags-Texans?
I think it plays out well for the Jags. I'm hoping the Jags, they come out and they're ready for this game. I think this is a big get right game, and then especially I expect Liam Cohen to get Jacoby Myers worked into the offense right away, get him a lot of touches, because right now, like, if Brian Thomas doesn't play, like, our number 1 receiver is Parker Washington, and I love Parker Washington for what he's doing for this team this year, but I know for a fact that Jacoby Myers being put into that offense is going to help all them around, and hopefully he's a guy that guys look at him, he comes in and he kind of sets the tone, because we have way too many drop passes, and I just feel like if you are a big-time receiver like Jacoby Myers is and can be, I know you got to be excited to come into an offense that obviously needs someone like you to help them out.
If the college football season, regular season, ended today, the who's are going to the Grove and taking on Ole Miss.
Hey, you guys listen here. The who's, this year, the Cardiac Calves, we're here to stay this year, and this is going to be an exciting years. And I know it's what ifs right now, but bro, if the Who's find a way to make it to college football playoffs, it's honestly going to make it's going to make like my decade. Like, it's going to be very, very exciting here in Charlottesville. It's one of those things where who would have thought that we would even be in the talks this quick? But thanks to NIL, the portal, everything, we've been doing well. And Tony Elliott, everything we've been through at Virginia and he's been through as a coach here, I'm excited for him, and I'm happy that we're even in the talks right now. Hopefully, just like you said, it's the middle of the season. Hopefully, we'll still be talking about this and seeing Virginia in these prediction brackets early. But I'm hoping by the end of the year, we actually get in there. It's going to be exciting.
So all year, the assumption has been one of those spots in that conference championship game will belong to Miami. Nope. Not happening. You got 5 teams with 1 loss, okay? Who do you think they're going to end up playing? Of these 5 teams, Georgia Tech, Pittsburgh, Louisville, SMU, and Duke.
Probably
remember, Georgia Tech still is Georgia, but I mean that doesn't matter because that's non-con.
Not a conference.
Yeah, that's non-conference,
Yeah.
and that's what I was gonna say. It probably, like, odds would say, like, right now it would be Georgia Tech, and like I don't want to look ahead. We still have we got Wake coming here for a night game this week. We can't sleep on. We still have to play Duke. We can't sleep on them, but I feel like our schedule leans towards us for the rest of the season. So honestly, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who we play. I think I just want us to be there. And I think right now, the way we're going and the way we're scoring points, I think we can do it. But what a way to end the last game. A pick 6, like, oh my goodness.
I really too. I can't wait. Not to get ahead of myself, but I will do it again. I can't wait to watch Ohio State play Indiana in the Big Ten Championship. I can't wait, bro.
You want Ohio State to lose?
Not necessarily. I just like them to see. I mean, they haven't played a good team since Texas.
Okay. Yeah, and what about Indiana's coach, Sig, coming from JMU? He was a big story out here in Virginia before he left, and parlaying his coaching contract from $400K to like $13 million a year now. Like, bravo to him, man. Bravo. And it's just one of those things. It's funny, just everything lining up, and you maybe not thinking a school like Indiana can be that good, and all it takes is you get a new coach and he's changing everything for them. So that's exciting for college football too.
If he is playing the market with the schools that have jobs open, he might have been able to get more than that elsewhere. But he's very happy where he is right now. And as far as this weekend, one game that stands out, we talk about the Patriots a lot with you because you were on it about them being this strong. I think Bucs Patriots might be the best game of the weekend. Bucs coming off the bye. We'll see if they're healthier. What do you think?
Absolutely going to be the best game of the weekend, and hopefully the Patriots edge it out. We got a few Buccaneers homers in the green light, so they thought it was crazy for me to pick the Pats early, but I'm loving Drake May. But I think Drake May versus Baker Mayfield it's going to be electric. It sucks that Baker is kind of having to work through all the injuries on his offense, but I feel like sometimes that's the best part of the NFL is just seeing guys work with new names and guys that kind of have to step up in roles that they're not used to, and that kind of shows how good of a quarterback you are. So it's going to be exciting to see what Baker does in this game.
So before we let you go, what are you thinking right now as you're excited about Virginia? Because we were talking off air, like, I hope they can work their way up to a home playoff game. That would be difficult to do, but how about ACC championship? That'd be pretty fun in Charlotte.
That would be absolutely amazing. I think that's already the goal, is to make the ACC championship game and get in there. Like, I think that'll be the key. If we win that game, and depending on how everything else plays out, hopefully we would be, if we run the tables, we would be top 8. So, like, maybe we would get that home game in Charlottesville, and it would just be absolutely electric if we could find a way to sneak in there.
Nate Collins, check him out on the Green Light Pod. He's with us every Wednesday here on Bet Sweats. Thank you, Nate. Best of luck to your Virginia squad. We'll keep things rolling here. We'll talk some college basketball. Back to college football, top of the hour here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
I have the answer.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
You're on X, Sam at SB Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski. This is Bet Sweats, weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, BetMGM Network. We'll do power rankings coming up at the top of the hour. A lot of college coming your way. Top of the hour, we'll get back into the college football playoff rankings, sort of, because we will relate that to the futures for the title odds or even playoffs if you want. We'll get into that a little bit, maybe some teams that we like that are on the list that was revealed last night, or maybe some just outside the list. We'll get to that coming up. College basketball futures. Sam, you mentioned that you wanted to just take a first look, take an early glance at the college basketball futures. Let's be real. A lot of people not taking a look at that right now. You have your hardcore guys that probably bet these months ago during the summer. They're watching the portal, all that stuff. And then there's probably a lot of people that wait a long time. Maybe they'll start to glance at it once we get into conference play, but they're going to wait it out for the most part until later in the football season. What do we need to know? What stands out? Which teams do we need to keep an eye on when it comes to college hoops?
So I did do chicken dinner last night with 3 guys who bet the sport and have studied it for months. They are so far ahead of me right now. Obviously, you and I do a ton of football on this show, NFL and college football, and I've watched some college. I made a couple bets last night. So I bet St. John's to win the title. I found a 20-1 on them. Pitino was really active in the portal. And the one thing they didn't have last year was shooting. They were an unbelievable defensive team. And they had playmaking ability. They could get to the cup. They could finish at the rim. But they were lacking shooting. And that's something that Pitino just addressed in the portal, because that's what Pitino does. He also went to Idaho State and brought in a point guard who I think might end up being their starting point guard, their facilitator. Kid's name is Darling. So you can find St. John's at 20-1. That was the bet that I gave out. Corby gave out Arizona. We all went down the line and picked our favorite future, given the price. We didn't pick Purdue, because why would you bet Purdue at 8-1?
Right.
Nobody wants that. So I went St. John's at 20. Corby went Arizona at 17. Casale gave a team a little bit more down the board. He gave Louisville at 30-1. He thinks that they're just an exceptional, well-rounded basketball team. And then Nadeau gave Houston. He says Houston's the best team in the country. That's 10-1, give or take. And Houston, we know Houston has never won the big one, but Kelvin Sampson routinely has Houston in or around the Final Four. So those were the 4 teams. We had 4 guys on the show: St. John's, Arizona, Louisville, and Houston. Purdue is the favorite, which I don't trust Matt Painter, and we've seen Purdue lose as a number 1 seed. So I think that's sort of emblazoned in the back of my brain. But you have really talented teams in the blue blood range. Kentucky, Duke, and UConn are all awesome. And they have all reloaded, especially at Duke, where Jake's guy Cam Boozer is there just doing whatever he wants. UConn is going to be fine. And then Kentucky doesn't have the NBA talent that it had when Cal was there, but they've got really, really strong talent and a much better in-game coach in Mark Pope. So those are your heavy hitters. Did I say anything that intrigued you to make any bets? Yes or no?
I think all of them are very fair. And as far as making a bet, I'm not sure. These are pretty balanced teams. It's not like any of the selections that you just mentioned there are teams that are great at one thing, not great at the other. But I kind of think that's where we are. There are some people that, okay, I'm going to bet on the most balanced team, but they're really elite at one thing. Well, it's like with the portal, I think a lot of these coaches are smart enough to know what their weakness is, and they kind of attack that in the portal. So it brings the floor up for a lot of teams. And it seems like it's making things a lot more wide open. St. John's, I understand, with the success that we saw a year ago. Houston, I would not. What's the number on Houston, did you say?
Best number is
got to
about
be
10
short.
to 1. It's
yeah, I'm not
they're one of the
interested in that.
favorites. Yeah.
Yeah, they're one of the favorites. They're there year after year. It's the same case. We know it's a lockdown defense, and it's a matter. They're going to play at a slow pace. Is the offense going to be there in every year? I hear no, it's different this year, and then they end up losing. So, yeah, they'll probably be there in the end. I have no interest in betting that team. I was looking at Louisville this morning, knowing that we were going to talk about this a little bit, that they're kind of intriguing, and that's a pretty good number. And Arizona as well. Pretty similar teams. Is the defense going to get there with the offense in both of those? But would it surprise me if all four of those teams are in the top 10 fairly soon? Not at all. Not at all. And I'm talking power ratings. I don't really care what the AP Top 25 is doing. I would look at the Arizona and Louisville numbers. Those I find intriguing. I'm just not going to bet Houston and St. John's. Those changes, the point guard that you mentioned, I'd like to see that in action a little bit, and then maybe I could buy. I was holding out on St. John's. I know you were buying in on St. John's much more last season, and boy, did they exceed expectations in the regular season to a very high degree.
We bet them a lot in the regular season. I never had a St. John's future. Last year, as everybody knows, if everybody remembers, we were on Duke. Duke was our team. We were buying Duke at 7-1, 6-1, 5-1, and I still don't know how they lost that Final Four game last year with a 14-point lead with 3 minutes to go. That will be one of the most shocking losses of my life, not because of the amount of money that I lost on Duke, but about the amount of money that I could have got creative with. Because you're betting a couple $1,000s at average price of about 6-1. You do the math. If they get to the title game, you're in a great spot. And that all went down the toilet. That was when I was in DC watching the games with the BetMGM network people. That was the PJ Glasser eating salmon Walter Clayton day.
I got to tell you, knowing that we were going to talk college basketball today, I kept thinking about that. You sitting at the table with Jenks and Chelsea, and then PJ ordering what they ordered, and then he kept turning to you. Can't stop him.
He can't stop Walter Clayton Jr. And that was also the day that Horvat taught us how to not eat a chicken wing. You take the chicken wing.
I saw some. He might be ahead of his time because I don't remember who it was. Somebody went viral for eating chicken wings the exact same way as Horvat, and they were getting roasted on the internet. Big surprise.
I picked up the wing that he had half eaten, and I finished it. That's how embarrassed I was for Horvat.
What a night! One of the great nights of your life.
I don't know about all that. That was the day the music died, as some would say, when Duke lost.
Oh.
I mean, the game is over. They're up 14 under the 4-minute timeout. All right, I'm over it. We can move on. Paul dropped something in the chat, which is a very valid point, and I did bring this up last night. If you're betting futures, I know we love BetMGM, and the price I gave on Zona was 17-1. There is a 30-1 on Arizona. And it's a lot unlike the side and total market, college basketball. Because if you look at BetMGM, Green Book, Blue Book, whatever, and you look at a random college basketball game, one book might have -7, another book has -7.5, another book has -7.5, -120. There's not a lot of discrepancy between the side market. Same with the total. Oh, this total's 122. That one's 121. That one's 121.5. There's not a lot of range there. But as we've talked about since we started working together, there's a huge range in the future market. And I pulled up just a random basketball team. I'm not even going to tell you who it is because it doesn't matter. Here's the range on this team to win the national championship. 30-1, 25-1, 22-1, 20-1, 18-1. It doesn't matter who the team is. The point is, if you don't have more than one sports book or more than one option to bet futures, you are only costing yourself money. There will be people that will log in and bet that team at 18 at their only sports book and leave, depending on how much you bet, hundreds or thousands of dollars on the table by betting the 18 instead of the 30. It's more important. Forget the teams that we talked about. It is more important for you to bet your team at the right price. And if you're not doing that right, you're only costing yourself some cash.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Now, I feel like what I've been trying to do lately is take that extra step. There are certain websites that will list 4 to 5 books, kind of give you a chart. Okay, here are all the prices, but they don't list every book. So now I found myself going to some of those websites, like Prop Shop's one of them. If you search something, they'll show 4 or 5, but they don't show Circa. Circa's in Illinois. I rarely see Bet365 listed. That's another legal book. I don't know. Bet Rivers once in a while. It's usually MGM, DraftKings, FanDuel, Caesars. Like those are the 4. And then the other ones are just not listed. So lately I'll start to look at that and then look up individually some of those other books. Because you're right. With title odds, like we're talking about a few cents most of the time. If you're talking about a specific game on a day, it's a few cents, right? But for future odds, sometimes you're talking about you're just leaving $1,000 on the table. That's significant. That's worth a few seconds of my time to go make sure that I do have the best price that I can possibly get.
We should build that tool. That'd be a really nice tool for people to
thought
have.
about it.
That's what we should do. We should do a lot of things.
Yeah, because 4 for 4 is one of the places that has it. I was asking Connor Allen about that. I'm like, how come you guys list these books? It's nice, but how come you don't list all the books in Illinois? And he said it was a tech issue, but I have yet to see a website where you can get every book. Like I'm in Illinois. These are the 8-9 books that I have. I'd like to have the price on all of them with all the futures. I think, that'd be a smart way to go for sure.
I will definitely make a homer bet on Illinois to win the Big Ten. It's a homer bet, hand up. At DraftKings, they're $5.50. At FanDuel, they're 6-1. At BetMGM, they're 7-1. Same bet.
Not bad.
Much different prices.
Okay. Yep. Very good. Power rankings on the other side. We'll talk some college football. It's Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. Keep it here all morning on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. which means it's time for this week's Power Rankings. They could be good, they could be bad, but everything is on the table on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
All right, every Wednesday during Power Rankings, we come up with a category, a specific category, and sometimes it's 3 teams, players, whatever. Sometimes it's 5. This week, we decided to go with a list of 3. It's not the same thing every week. There are a lot of shows out there, a lot of publications that put out, okay, these are my top 10 teams in the NFL this week for my Power Rankings, and it's the same thing every single week. And to change things up, people force change, right? They move teams really far up, really far down based on the most recent results, because it gets boring to list the same things in pretty much the same order week after week. But sometimes do the best teams, sometimes the worst teams. That's what we did last week. This week, we're going the college football route. And with the first reveal of the college football playoff rankings, we decided to do something off of that. And where are we going? Well, we're going with the teams that we're excited to bet. I don't know that there's going to be much Ohio State or Indiana due to the short numbers available for them to win the title, but teams are most excited to bet to win the title. We're going to come up with a top 3. I did see one. I did see a power rankings yesterday, Sam, because I came back into this office, ran in to grab something. The TV was still on from earlier. It was FS1. And then our buddy Danny Parkins was on there giving his power rankings for the top 10 teams in the NFL. I'm like, all right, this is going to be interesting. Let's see how high he goes. I'm like, there was one team I was like, whoa. Which team did he put in the top 3 that you think made me pause and got my attention on the TV?
Probably the Bears.
No. It wasn't like that. I think he does it seriously. I don't think he does the pom-pom thing all the time.
Okay.
Even though there is some of that.
Okay, I did not see Danny's rankings. I will see Danny today. I will not look at his rankings in the next 5 seconds. Seattle.
Team that we talk about. Yeah, there you go. He put Seattle number 3.
I think that's fair.
3?
To have him in the top 3 conversation, I think it's fair. I wouldn't put them 1, 2, or 3, but if you make the case, if you lay the case out, Darnold's playing at a Pro Bowl level, and your defense is outstanding despite being hurt.
Well, I couldn't decide if I was happy or mad, because part of me wanted to be like, nah, because we're in on Seattle more than anybody, right? But he had them above the Eagles, above the Chiefs. So that's why I was like, I like him as much as anybody, but I don't know that I could do that. But I also understand. But another part of my brain was like, good. Because every day, among the reasons that we wake up mad is that we did not bet the Seattle Seahawks when we said that we should bet the Seattle Seahawks months ago for the conference or the championship. So now I'm like, oh, does this mean that Seattle's going to lose this week? Because now they're a top 3 team now. Now they're a top 3 team. And I'm like, yes, okay, maybe a loss is finally coming and we're going to get a better number, but probably not.
I love Seattle. I hate that we didn't bet it. Did you also, by the way, before we get to our college football playoff projected bracket bets, did you see Tom Brady's power rankings?
No. How bad?
He's got the Chiefs 9th.
They're out. Oh, I thought they'd be out of the top 10 for sure.
No, Chiefs are 9th. 9th best team in football.
I'm surprised he has him on the list. I don't know if he did the entire league or just the top 10. I'm surprised because right now they're out of the playoffs. So I'm thinking that maybe Brady would keep him out.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't do power ratings. He does power rankings, which is let's react to the weekend and move things up. And then I believe after this list was complete, he went and cloned another dog. Okay, my top 3 teams to bet right now. And let's preface this exercise by saying we are not actually making these bets. We just wanted to do this exercise to give you an idea of if this were the bracket, this is how we would attack it. But we are not telling you to bet these teams. At least I'm not. And I think Joe feels the same way. But I think it's an interesting idea to strategize and to look at the paths. And if this were the final bracket, these are the teams we would bet. I am not making these bets. What are you laughing at? What is so funny?
I didn't know about the clone dog thing, so I'm seeing all these headlines.
You didn't know about the clone dog? Okay. Well, we need to talk about this as well. I can't believe you didn't see that story.
It's been a while lately.
Number 3. If the bracket were actually finalized, the first bet I would make would not be Alabama. But Alabama made number 3 on my list because I have them power rated insanely high. I've got them as the number 4 team in the country. And if you look at this bracket, that again is not real and not final, they're going to have that first game against either Memphis or Georgia. Let's assume it's Alabama, Georgia. I'd have Bama favored. And I think Bama has every chance to beat Ohio State. But it's really the price. You can find an 8-1 on Bama in Vegas. If you have an American book, like a blue book, green book, gold book, you can find plus 750, which is a very fair price. I'm not betting Ohio State at 2-1. It's not happening. But I could bet Bama at 750. I just think they're talented. They have an NFL quarterback who's going to be a top 10 pick. Their defense has gotten better. And I trust DeBoer. DeBoer wins. He's a winner. So given the price, like if Ohio State played Bama, I'd have that number like 6. And Alabama could beat them. I'm not saying they will, but I think given the price, it would be something that I would think about. Not my favorite, but definitely in the team photo for enticing bets to make if this bracket was final. Number 2, let's do it again. Let's run it back. It's Notre Dame. Notre Dame would destroy BYU, and Notre Dame could beat Indiana because Indiana's solid, but Indiana's not as good as everybody says they are. I'm sorry. Like, they have a high power rating, they play to a high power rating, and they blow out bad teams. Notre Dame's not a bad team. And Notre Dame's running game, I think, is the best in the country. So, Indiana, yeah, you beat Oregon. Nice win. Great win. Go to Eugene and win. I think it's more of a indictment on Oregon than it is like, oh, Indiana's going to win the national title. But again, it's the price. We were very, very similar last year. Notre Dame was at the bottom of the bracket, and they were 10-1 to win the playoff. Well, in this reveal, they're the bottom of the bracket, and now they're 12-1. With a better quarterback and an insane running game and a coach that I trust. So 12-1 on Notre Dame would be the second bet I would make if this was the bracket. And then number 1, let's go to the SEC, a team that I have pretty high. I don't have them anywhere near the top 5, but they're fun and they're exciting, and they have a quarterback that can potentially win a couple of games and get you to a good spot. The price is the most important thing, though. Assuming they win that first game against Nate Collins' Hoos, they got every chance to beat A&M. And then you'd face the winner of Notre Dame, Indiana. At 20-1, the Ole Miss Rebels would be my favorite bet. If this was the bracket and that was the price, I would do Ole Miss and the Lane Train at 20-1.
I didn't have the heart to tell Nate that Virginia's not making the playoff. Like, we agree, right?
I think they can make it. I don't think they're going to do anything in it.
Well, yeah. Well, I noticed you didn't bring up the hypothetical point spread either.
I brought it up the segment before. Why would I bring it up again?
I know. Well, I think neither of us were kind of in the same boat because he's really excited about it. And I'm like,
let him have nice things.
Crap all
let him enjoy
him.
life.
Yeah.
Let him enjoy his life.
All right. Yeah. We didn't want to tear him down into our negativity. The pit that we live in right now. Okay, good stuff. Ole Miss, Notre Dame, and Alabama. We have a little bit of similarity there. I'll just get to mine. I'll start at number 3. Okay, so here's what I did. There's one team I put in that is not on the list because I think they're going to be on the list, and I'm looking at the value that's there. So I didn't make this list until obviously after the playoff picture was out, the rankings, and I'm like, okay, they're close enough. I think there's a very good chance at this monster number that's available that they could end up making the college football playoff. And then who the hell knows? Like if you get a big number like that. So number 3, The first team that I'm going to mention is a team that is on the outside. And they already have 2 losses. They're ranked number 13 overall. So they're on the outside. But this team has the 4th best odds to win the Big 12. And you did see a couple of Big 12 teams in there. And I'm talking about Utah. I bring them up because of the number. And I know, oh, really? Utah's going to win the championship? Well, I think Utah's going to be in the playoff, and they're 150 to 1. So I did want to throw in a long shot. It basically came down to, do I want to go Utah at 150, or do I want to throw out Miami at 125? The problem with Miami is they're ranked, number 16? I think they're 18 overall. And how far they'd have to climb, likely not participating in the ACC championship game, it's probably next to impossible. So I took a look at Utah, and you got Baylor, K-State, Kansas to close the season. Maybe they're in the conference championship game, and then they would make it. So I like what they can do both offensively and defensively at 150 to 1. I want to throw a long shot out there. So Utah, number 3. Number 2, we have the same number 2. I also went with Notre Dame in that 11 to 12 to 1 range. We don't have to worry about losing a conference championship game if that would hurt at all. But 0-2 start, we knew if they run the table, they're going to be in it. And that's where I'm at. I wonder if they can move up and get a home game like they did last year. One of the best atmospheres I've ever seen at a sporting event. So, I mean, how high can they climb? Well, it is Notre Dame. So they're starting at 10. I do think there's room for them to go up there, even if the competition isn't all that great. So I also went Notre Dame number 2. And number 1, I went with a team that I do not expect to be in their conference championship, but I do expect them to be in the playoffs. They only have 1 loss, and they got that 9 seed last night. I was staring at that Oregon line like, ooh, that's a good spot. And them drawing Texas Tech, if that were to be the case, that'd be kind of exciting. Not thrilled to face the toughest team, Ohio State, in the quarters, but maybe it's not Ohio State. Maybe we've got some maneuvering going around. But if Oregon were to get a home game, just bump up a little bit more, that'd be a tough spot for that road team. So I think Oregon in that 11 to 1, I saw 11 to 1 out there. That's some pretty good value. If I told you before the season started, hey, you can get Oregon, they're going to be in the playoff and you can get them in double digits, I think a lot of people would be happy. So I went Oregon 1, Notre Dame 2, and Utah 3.
So did you actually make that Utah bet? Because I didn't make any of the bets I talked about. I was doing more strategy. Are you actually going to bet Utah at 150?
Yeah, I've been thinking about it because it did grab my attention. I know it got yours yesterday when we were going over the Big 12 and all the things that could happen. And then even though Utah has 2 losses, that they're the 4th favorite there in that conference. I've been looking at it and thinking about it, and I'm like, okay, with those 3 games left, I know 2 are on the road. I think there's a decent chance that they're in that Big 12 title game. And then don't you like them over almost anybody?
I do. Yeah, I like Utah a lot. Yeah, they got to do their jobs. They got to win out, obviously.
Yeah, I did not make it yet. I'm considering it. I was looking for a long shot, like which one has value. Of the 12 teams that are in, you're really not going to get value, like at a big number on any of them. It would have to be a number of events that happens that would be surprising a little bit, and I think there is a path for them.
I didn't even think about putting in teams that weren't in the bracket. So that's an interesting way to look at it because we decided we were going to make these 3 future bets or discuss them. And I just decided, let me take teams in the playoff. If we were going to take a team that was out of the playoff, or if I was going to rather, I would look at Texas. There's a 40 to 1 on Texas. Yeah, that's where
I can't argue it. That's a good look. And if you look at where they are today with a month to grow, they're the first team that's coming in. If a team gets knocked out, it's most likely Texas that gets slotted right in. And if we're looking at it and saying, okay, I don't know, which team's going to get knocked out? Like, yeah, of course Memphis could. One that's higher up, I kind of think Georgia might not make it. Like, there's a chance where they get bumped out, and Georgia's the 5 right now. They're close to getting a bye. And so I think there's a number of teams that were on that list last night in that back half that could be eliminated.
And remember, last year's playoff, the 1, 2, 3, and 4 all lost their first game, and the 8 seed won the whole thing.
The final 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right? Yep. 5, 6, 7, 8. Notre Dame, Ohio State, the championship. That was a 7 and an 8 seed facing off. I do think it's different this year, though, because they changed things up with the buys. It was definitely a positive change. Live dogs and teasers next. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe O, Sammy P. Will Brinson will be joining us 11 a.m. Eastern. We'll talk some NFL with him. A lot coming your way. We'll play nickel or dime. We'll have lightning bets later on in the show. We will look at live dogs and teasers coming up here in just a moment. This is Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich, Bet Sweats with you. I'm sure, Sam, you saw this, but I did want to play it. And in case you didn't see it, maybe get your reaction and also just to play it for the audience. Jake, can you pull the audio that I sent you and Paul yesterday that I saw in the afternoon? Because I think this is why I didn't see the Brady clone dog story. This one completely had all of my attention for at least 10 minutes of my life. All right, take a listen. This is friend of the show, has positive things to say about it on social media. Maybe not a friend of some of our friends because he attacks them time after time. But here's GRP recording his daily video inside the house.
And my three big positions are still my three big positions. Can you close the door, Ma?
Come on.
Coach of the year. I got 9,000 on Coach of the Year. It's going to be a big swing. I got 7 Coach of the Year bets. There they are. Bengals second. I got $28,000 swing. Can you close the door, please?
What was
GRP going over all of his future positions, and the landscapers were having a day.
Is she mowing the hedges? What is she doing?
I think she's inside. I don't think she's out there doing that. Right? She probably pays for somebody.
I'm guessing
she's
vacuuming.
Too lazy to do it. That's not
a vacuum.
Jake,
No,
that was a
not
leaf blower. You lived on a farm.
Yeah, that's an insane comment right there.
Wait, play the whole thing again. So he's got 9,000.
Somebody's hedging. Somebody's hedging.
My three big positions are still my three big positions. Can you close the door, Ma?
1,000% that's a leaf blower.
Yeah,
I
that's
did
a
grounds
vacuum.
crew for
Coach
like
of the
5
Year.
years.
I got 9,000 on
Loudest
Coach of
vacuum
the
in the
Year.
world.
It's going to be a big swing. I got 7 Coach of the Year bets. There they are. Bengals second. I got $28,000 swing. Can you close the door, please?
So
the door closing is the funniest part. Slam. And she probably grounded him after that. Don't you talk to me like that in my own house.
Recording a video for the internet. Oh my God, that was so good. I don't think George realizes how funny that is because he didn't crack a smile. He's just playing it straight. He was actually quite annoyed that the landscapers decided to show up. Well, we've seen the yard that they're doing. It's a fairly small yard. We've seen it because of the charcoal videos when he's on the grill putting steaks out there.
Are you sure? Are you
Nope.
sure that that wasn't very scripted? Like it's straight out of Wedding Crashers. That is Mom the Meatloaf. That like
I know,
not
but I
giving
don't. Do you
GRP
think he
enough
realizes that? Do you think he realizes that?
I think it's a
he
coin
does.
flip. I think it's a coin flip. With all his
Test
bits,
Feinberg.
I think it's a coin flip. Yeah.
That's a good bit. That's funny. You're giving
But
him more
aren't all
credit
his
than I
bits
am.
unintentional? So I'm with Paul. Aren't we giving him too much credit to think that this is an intentional bit?
Oh, I don't think
Like,
it
I
is
need to
intentional at all. I think this is
it's
his
a lot
life.
closer than you think. I think it's a lot closer than
Really?
you think. I wanna dig into the archives, see if he spent some time at like Second City or some like, offbeat improv troupe.
They go on these radio every day. They go on these radio shows. That, as a producer, when you see those videos, he's like ranty because he's obviously jealous of people that are in our industry. I find it funny because he's pointing at the people going on the shows, and I look at it from our perspective, hosting a show, you being a producer, they're being asked to do a favor and come on and let's fill this segment. We'll promote you. We'll talk about the games this week on a regular basis. Like he gets mad at them But they're not inviting themselves on these shows. It's crazy.
Yeah.
No?
I'm still shook by Jake thinking that's a vacuum.
It's a vacuum.
That's not
what kind
a
of
vacuum.
Dyson did you have in your house?
Yeah.
My God.
The washer.
Listen, I'm just saying we've seen like
never
that could.
apartment, clearly.
I'm thinking vacuum from like the 60s, like an old industrial.
No.
Think about the decor, the TV that we've seen in that house, like just the limited information we have.
I'll give Jake a slight pass. He's wrong, but a slight pass. Like, aren't you just picturing like curlers in the hair, like vacuuming around like 1960s, like big lawnmower, or lawnmower, vacuum cleaner, whatever. Yeah. But no, it's definitely a leaf
little
blower.
bit. I can see that. And of course, she would be vacuuming, not him, because why would he? Get along that
carpet floors.
Oh yeah,
carpet floors. Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. Everywhere. So good. I watched it like 5 times, Sam. I couldn't get over the yelling at Mom. It is Ma the meatloaf. That's the first thing I thought of too. The meatloaf. You think he sleeps in the basement?
The Chicago Ma. Like, he's got the Chicago dialect too with the Ma. Can we play the Ma one more time? I would love to hear the Ma one more time. The first one.
Can you close the door, Ma?
Do it again.
Again.
Can you close the door, Ma?
Play it until December 29th. Just
right?
play it every day.
We got a great drop. It's only going to have a couple, like 6 weeks to live.
Oh,
so
good.
Can you close the door?
I'm taking it with me. I'm taking it with. I don't care. It's the internet. It's not BetMGM Network. The fucked BetMGM Network. Nope.
I've never talked to my mother that way, ever.
No. Oh, I would have gotten smacked.
Oh, with that attitude? Man. Oh. Yeah. If there's a hint of that, you used to think of your mother, I'm thinking of my wife. Like, if one of my kids talk to her that way, oh, man. Sometimes Emma gives you a little attitude. Yeah, that gets nipped in the bud immediately. That ain't flying. But
Can you close the door, Ma?
Yelling at his mom to close the door because he's recording a video for Twitter to talk about his $9,000 in Coach of the Year futures.
Perfect. Like, I love the way you put it. Hold on, I'm making this video for the internet. Please, let me.
All of my
I need
followers.
my time. Yeah.
No, and the noise is there because I'm assuming he doesn't want to cut the grass, right? He doesn't want to go gather the leaves as fall is starting now too. That's the other part of, like, there's so many levels to this. It's so funny.
To be fair, I've been putting the leaves off too. There's leaves everywhere.
Me too.
Everywhere.
Me too.
I've been putting it off.
Yeah.
And here's what's going to happen. I'm going to have a bad beat because by the time I finally muster up the energy to go outside and get all the leaves in order, it's going to be 38 degrees. I didn't want to do it last week when it was 60, and I'm not doing it this weekend when it's supposed to be in the mid 50s. I'm going to keep kicking the can down the road, and then there's going to be frost on the ground, and I'm going to be out there freezing my ass off, gathering leaves together. I did it to myself. It's my own fault, but I understand it.
Here's the thing. Yep. I was thinking about doing it this past weekend. I couldn't. I had something going on Sunday. And then I'm looking at it. The temps this weekend. Okay, Saturday, high of 52, rainy. Sunday, high of 41. It says 90% snow, guys.
What?
That's what it says on my app.
I'm calling it now. I'm calling it now. We're all going to be raking leaves and snow. We're going to be throwing snowy leaves into the bags.
Dumb question.
Yeah. I got to work on this next few days.
Yeah, it's been a minute since, been in a place with a lawn. What if you just leave it? Just leave the leaves, and then the snow covers up the leaves.
Yeah.
You could leave it, but then you have to get rid of it in the spring.
That's
It's
true.
going to have to go at some point.
Everything
and then
everything settles
in the spring
and freezes.
Yeah.
And then the leaves freeze to the ground.
Is that how that works?
Grass is a mess.
Yeah, I mean, yes, that's how it works, Paul. The leaves will stick and freeze, and then you're going to cut the entire lawn up.
Yeah. It's a disaster. Got to do it.
So here's an alternative, and your neighbors won't like this, but you get the leaf blower and just blow it all on their lawn.
But it's going to come back probably. It's going to come right back to you.
Not if you do it. Not if you do it right.
Yeah. Well, that's the other part. If you're in a neighborhood, like we're in a cul-de-sac, so it's not really a big deal. It's kind of tucked away. But if you're in a normal city street, like you're the house that doesn't shovel the snow. You're the house that hasn't picked up the leaves. That looks like a train wreck out there. Like, and then people like have opinions of you too. If you don't want to deal with that.
We had neighbors on the east side that never shoveled, never did leaves, left the Christmas lights up all year round.
Oh,
and
worst.
Garbage spilling out of the cans because they would fill the garbage. They'd fill the garbage, but then not take the garbage out. Couldn't even take the garbage out to the alley. So the garbage would just spill out, and then there would be bags that they didn't tie. So the raccoons are getting into the garbage because they didn't tie the garbage. So there's garbage all over the backyard. Absolute slobs.
What a mess. You know what? At this point, we might as well. Jake, do you have what I sent you a little bit ago? You have that?
We have more?
This is something different. We might as well play it. Okay, so I ran into this yesterday as well. Did you hear about the Dodgers parade?
Lay low here.
Not the highlights with Kike Hernandez. I think a lot of people saw that. Like, he's a wild man. I see why Paul wanted to bet him in some form or fashion in the World Series. He's crazy. But Chris Russo found out that Joe Davis was the guy hosting the parade. He was hosting the parade, and he got really upset about it. And keep in mind, Mad Dog used to be on MLB Network. I don't think he's there anymore. So I think there's times when he was holding back ripping Major League Baseball because Manfred would get mad. It would risk his job and all that. And now he just kind of lets loose. And there are a lot of things going on in baseball that really upsets him. And this really upset him, that Joe Davis was at the mic hosting the Dodgers parade because he's the voice of the World Series. He's also the Dodgers TV play-by-play announcer. But this set Mad Dog off.
The body's not even cold yet. And I got Joe at Dodger Stadium doing the freaking Dodger parade. Oh, my God. I got Joe Davis shaking everybody's hand. Give me a shaking freaking Ohtani's hand, and he's freaking he's getting rings. He's the announcer for the World Series. You think Garagiola was doing the parade in 82 with the Cardinals? If you're a Blue Jay fan, you're vomiting right now. That is bad. I don't care what you say. Call me an old man on a hill screaming, get off my lawn, say anything you want. That's bogus.
Who cares?
Do you
Who
think
cares?
Blue Jay
He's
fans were watching the Dodgers parade and getting mad about Joe Davis?
Mad Dog has jumped the shark on a lot of things. Who cares? Win the World Series then. Win the World Series. Take a secondary lead.
Exactly. Take a secondary lead. And by the way, I've seen a lot of former players that have totally backed up what we were saying about that.
He's the TV voice of the team. Like, that's one of his jobs, to do the parade. What can you imagine, Joe, if you were the voice of the Dodgers and you win the World Series, you called the World Series, and the Dodgers say, we want you to host the parade?
Yes.
In what world are you saying no?
The parade. His suggestion was to get the pre- and post-game host. I didn't even know who it was. And I'm in media, and I follow it a ton. I feel like I know a lot of people. I had never heard the name before. And that's how a lot of Dodgers fans would feel, because most people don't watch the pre- and post-game. They watch the actual game. They listen, they spend hours, they spend their entire summers with Joe Davis as the background. And then, no, you know what? We might upset some Blue Jays fans. It's probably a bad look if we have you host it. Everybody knows he's the Dodgers announcer. Is that not painfully clear to everyone watching? Just he really stretches sometimes to get mad about stuff. And I know in the hot take world, that's what you're supposed to be. Just look around, look at people getting jobs. Got to have hot takes, got to scream. But, oh, God, I'm so sick of it. So bad. And then, sometimes there are people that say, we don't do hot takes. And then it's all hot takes. It's just like, God, it's just so bad. So bad. Anyways, imagine waking up getting mad about that when there are many other things to get upset about. Joe, Sammy P. We'll do live dogs teasers next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Top of the hour, Will Brinson will drop by. We'll talk some NFL from the CBSSports.com NFL analyst. Always a good conversation there. But now let's look at some live dogs and teasers. Starting with teasers, Sam, I wrote down 4 that really jumped out. There's a couple I like more than others. We do have some matchups that have very low totals, but there's one obvious one that really stood out. And when I get a solid team that I believe in, and I can get them as a dog through the 3, through the 7, I'm going to look at that team. And this is a squad that made some additions throughout the last week or so via the trade deadline. I'm talking about Monday Night Football. And I'm going to be so pissed if this crap is still not figured out. And I can't watch Eagles-Packers on Monday night. Like, I could deal with the game with Arizona the other night. I could deal with some of it. It annoys me, but some of the college football, it pissed me off, but I could deal with it. I could deal with that, seeing Maction for a night or whatever. But if Monday night, Eagles and the Packers is not figured out, that might be a tipping point for a lot of people. If they haven't left, they're going to leave. But anyways, I was going to mention Eagles plus 8.5. It's a low-ish total. It's close to the mid-40s, I guess, 44.5, 45. But getting the Eagles plus 8.5, even though it's at Lambeau, I like that one. How about you?
I thought you were going to lead us to the Patriots at first, and then you mentioned the trades, and I was like, oh, Philly. Okay, makes sense.
I got that too.
I mean, New England from plus 2.5 to plus 8.5 in Tampa seems to be a decent wager. We like Tampa, relatively speaking, but Tampa's always in close games for the most part. And New England has an offense that, has a lot of stability there. I don't think you're going to shut that down. So when you look at the Bucs games this year in terms of games that they've won handily, name one. Okay, the Saints, 23-3. Got it. Yep, that's one.
Saints.
And then every other game is close, including the first 4 wins by 3, by 1, by 2, by 3. So I don't know that there's a likelihood that Tampa blows them out. I mean, New England could win the game outright, obviously. The Lions only 2.5, but I thought for sure you were going to say New England up. I like Philly, though. I said yesterday I like Philly in the game, let alone in a teaser. So I agree with you on that one, too. As for the favorites down, Seattle from 6.5 to basically a pick 'em. I know you're not getting through the 7, so some people would say, you can't do that. You can. You actually can. You can take Seattle from 6.5 to pick. 6.5 to minus a half, obviously, is what I'm talking about. And then Detroit down. You go from 9.5 to 3.5. The Wong guys are going to bring the pitchforks to your front door, but I don't really want to lay 9.5. But now I get through 7 and 6 and 4. I'm still getting through 3 very important numbers, and I'm getting to 3.5. So that's sort of where I'm at in terms of like the 4 that I thought about. Agree with you on Philly. I like New England in a teaser, and then Arizona down, Detroit down.
The Arizona one on Seattle, you know my thoughts on Seattle, but I do wonder, because now Brissett's going to be the guy, right? We'll see how long this continues. If they continue to play well, it seems like they're doing the right thing, and Gannon's like, oh, okay, we're going to stick with Brissett. Did you see what else is coming out next few days?
No. Oh, Call of Duty.
Uh-huh. I believe we're less than a week now, or maybe 5 days away. So he's dealing with this injury, sitting at the house. I'm sure he's studying up. And now Call of Duty is about to come out. Just saying. Keep that in mind. Might be Brissett. Seattle plays better on the road. So I don't know. Could we see another upset by the Cardinals? Possibly. They got so unlucky during their 5-game losing streak. Yeah, New England and Philly, those are obvious. If I were to force you to take one of these dogs in low total games, which one would you go? Would you go with the Jets plus 8.5 against Cleveland? Or would you go with the Jaguars plus 7.5 at the Houston Texans? Maybe it's Mills.
I don't trust Jacksonville. I just don't. So I'd probably go Jets. That's how the NFL works, right? You trade away some of your best players and then you win the next week. That's the NFL. It's stupid.
Yep. That's how it goes. All right, Joe Osanp, you got bet sweats. Go ahead.
I want to go back to Arizona, Seattle. I know what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
You're still jaded by Danny's rankings, aren't you? That's why you're not liking Seattle.
A little bit.
You 100% are.
How many times you see it? Once the national pundits start going a little bit too high on a team and then come back the next week, catch that L. Feels like it's time.
Funny. It's so funny.
Feels like it's time.
If he didn't say that, you'd be all over Seattle here. All over it.
I was thinking it before.
Okay.
We'll see.
Fair enough.
Maybe.
What about the Giants?
And I like Danny. He knows what he's doing. Like we're on the same
course
page with Seattle. We're on the same page. But just like seeing them above Philly, above Kansas City, I'm like, it might be time for them to get knocked down a peg.
Let me see where Brady's got Seattle. He's got them 5th. He's got Philly 1.
Legit.
Buffalo 2. Tampa 3. Rams 4. Seahawks 5.
Live dogs. Legit live dogs.
Giants.
Where do we need to start this conversation? Giants? Oh, Bears,
Paul,
of course.
Get in here, Paul. Let the people know how you feel about the Giants. I need this.
This feels like the Giants. I mean, Joe, you liked them last week. You got to come back on board. That's how this works. You thought they were going to beat the Niners outright. They let you down. Now you got to come back in because you know they're going to do it this week. The Bears, like these are two. The over's probably the play, to be honest. Like the Giants' run defense stinks. I mean, the Bears, we've seen their defense; they stink. Up and down track meet? You want Jackson Dart or Caleb Williams win the game for you?
Probably Caleb, but I mean, Caleb's been pretty good in the fourth quarter of a lot of these games, but I need the Bears fans to be checked a little bit. So, the group threads are getting a little too cocky, and I don't like it.
We getting bear weather on Sunday? Is that what I'm hearing, Joe?
Yeah, it sounds like it might
hear
be.
all about bear weather.
But okay, given the matchup of these two teams, isn't that advantage Bears with their run game against the Giants' rush defense?
Yeah, it is.
That's the thing. That's what scares me off a little bit.
The Bears do have just mounting injuries on defense, though. I mean, even more. They just lost a couple guys on the D line. They had to trade for a guy yesterday who has no sacks to play defensive line. I had to look the guy up because the Score put out a video of the reaction to the trade. I had to look the guy's name up. I'm like, I don't even know who this is. He was on Cleveland, I believe, and had no sacks. So that will definitely fix everything. Their secondary is shot right now. It's just tough. I mean, their corners are awful. Just awful.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand people are excited about some of the guys in that secondary, but it's one of the worst secondaries in the NFC. So if you couldn't figure that out by watching Joe Flacco dice them up, I don't know what to tell you.
He was a first-round pick, the guy that they added to the line. Just has never panned out. And you mentioned he's not getting sacks playing with Myles Garrett. So how's it going to work out on this defensive line, which brings no pass rush? So there's an argument for the Giants there. I thought that the first thing that you were going to bring up, Sam, was Minnesota.
I could get there. I need a win. I need them to make the playoffs.
They're catching 4. I still have a little bit of hesitation with the Ravens. I don't know what their defense is. Yes, we can agree to buy into Lamar, and of course, Derrick Henry, he gets better as the season moves along. That happens year after year. But I'm trying to figure out both defenses. I'm not sure what the Vikings are. They've gone through struggles. I don't think they're that bad. And then the Ravens have played awful. I also don't think they're that bad. So how does this play out up in Minnesota? I'm not sure that the line should be 4.
Well, the Ravens are getting shaded. I can tell you this much. The Ravens are getting shaded in every single market, not only side market, but AFC North, make the playoffs, AFC Super Bowl, because everybody is starting to say the same thing. Watch out for Baltimore. The path is easy. They're going to get hot. They're going to rip off a bunch of wins. When everybody says that, the books just make these numbers a little bit bigger. And right now, here's a perfect example. You can bet 4.5 at multiple books right now in Minnesota. But you look offshore and you're starting to see 4s, and South Point has 3.5. So limits are going up today, and you're seeing the line move toward Minnesota. If you're on the Vikings, I think you got to take that 4.5 today. I mean, you should take it right now, because this is moving toward 4 at most books, and we're seeing moves toward 3.5. So if you're about getting good numbers, this dog is getting very, very attractive to respected players. And if you know you're going to bet Minnesota at some point this week, you should take the 4.5, because the market is telling us it's going closer to 3.5 than it is to 6.
You know Rams-Niners is going to come down to the last possession of the game. Who has it? Who comes through? Who makes the big play at the very end? The number's more than a field goal. We know about all the injuries that the 49ers defense has. They got even more this past weekend. But just, I know the Rams are the better team. I totally agree with you. But things just don't make sense in this series. It didn't make sense earlier this year when the Niners had nobody available and they won outright. So could it happen again? Of course it could.
I think you might be onto something on Minnesota. I'm gonna maybe bet some 4.5 right now and get that while I still can.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's going down. No, it's going down.
To climb. Okay.
Going the other way.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a tough call. It does seem a bit high sitting there at 4 with them at home. Joe O, Sammy P. We'll check in with our buddy Will Brinson, CBS Sports next. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. You're listening to Bet
Yes.
Sweats
You
with
hear us?
Joe O and Sammy P.
Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. We'll check in with Will Brinson, CBSSports.com. Okay, he's got us now. Here he is with us, our guy Will Brinson, checking in with us. Will, we wanted to have a conversation with you about your Rams, not because of what happened over the weekend, but we've been addressing the top of the NFC. The books don't really know what to do. They put 4 teams with the same numbers there, and then your Rams are in that picture. And then all of a sudden, your guy Matthew Stafford's in the MVP picture. He steps in as the 4th favorite right now. Is he with us? I don't.
He's with us. I don't know if he's with us though.
I don't know.
I see him.
He doesn't hear us. He doesn't hear us. That's a problem.
You can see us, though. Just blow him kisses. Oh, man.
His screen keeps going black, and then he pops back in. So I don't think he's ready. All right. He's not ready yet.
Okay.
Right? He's so confused.
Like, I've never seen this before. My phone, all of a sudden, my phone went completely rogue and said, it was like, iPhone has taken over your AirPods and everything. Now we're good.
You're good. You can hear us.
We're good. I can hear you guys.
Did you see me blowing you kisses?
Yeah. I was trying to.
That's
I
fixed
was,
it.
I was going to attempt to do sign language and realize I don't know how to do it. So then I stopped. I put my hands up. It was like, I don't know what I'm doing here.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, good. Well, let's talk about your Rams, man. We don't need to talk about what happened over the weekend. Everybody knew they were going to kick ass. They did. And now your boy Matthew Stafford's, he's legit part of the MVP conversation. Now he slides right in after Drake May as the 4th favorite.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that take thief Pete Prisco went on CBS Sports HQ and tried to talk about Matthew Stafford being the MVP like 2 weeks after I said he was the MVP, but no big deal. I think he's got a very viable case. They win the division. You got to win the division to get the award. We could see Josh Allen go Superman. I don't think the Lamar Jackson tickets are necessarily dead. If the Ravens just go ham down the stretch and win a bunch of games in a row, we saw it last year where Lamar almost snaked it from Josh Allen. And then Drake May, 4th quarterback in NFL history, I believe, to complete 70% of his passes with 9 yards plus per pass attempt through 9 games. The other 3, Aaron Rodgers, 2011 MVP, Tom Brady, 2007 MVP, Joe Montana, 1999 MVP. So Drake May's right there. We know voters love to, if you get a highly drafted young quarterback, like if the Patriots steal the division from the Bills. So I think like that's one of the inflection points there. It's like, if the Patriots steal the division from the Bills, that's going to get a lot of love for Drake May. But Matthew Stafford is playing unbelievable football. I mean, he is completely dialed in. It's crazy to think that before the season, there were concerns about his back and how he's like, is he going to be ready for week 1? The addition of Devontae Adams has been fantastic. We're seeing some touchdown regression for him. He leads the NFL in red zone targets. Puka, perpetually banged up, but it doesn't matter if he's not out there. Stafford lights it up. And I think you got to credit Sean McVay, of course, here, because this is now the 3rd time, I believe, that the Rams have played in London. They did the thing where they fly to the East Coast, beat a team on the East Coast, take a red eye to London. And I think, Rich Eisen and Kurt Warner were kind of questioning the decision-making there. They go win in London, come off the bye, throttle a bad Saints team that's running like a junk offense. I'd be careful with that with Carolina this week, by the way. And then, and now they're set up for a massive, divisional rematch game in which they should want some revenge after the 49ers embarrassed them on primetime at home a few weeks ago.
You just brought up Carolina. Carolina and Kansas City have the same record. And I don't think there's a lot.
Have you seen the meme? It's like the John Daly Tiger Woods meme. I don't know if it gets like national attention. It gets put in the group chat, like the local, like my Raleigh group chat every week. It's like John Daly smoking a cig. It says Panthers 5-4. And then it's like Tiger Woods walking up to him. It's like Chiefs 5-4. I mean, it's so accurate, dude. Like, how are the Panthers 5-4?
Look, we saw this a lot. We saw this a lot, though, in New England when they would have a down year, but they were never 4 losses through 9 games with Brady. Like maybe one time in 2002, the year after the first Super Bowl. Like when Brady was in his prime and he matured as an elite quarterback, they never were 5-4. And I think it's natural for a lot of people, not only media people, but fans to think, well, they'll be okay. And I'm not saying they're dead, but are we sure this is a team that can make a run?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not that worried about them. If you look at the losses, they got the Chargers in Brazil week 1, lose by 1 score to the Chargers at their peak, when they were playing their best football. Week 2, you lose by a field goal to an Eagles team that bullies you when you're not completely healthy. Week 5, you lose at Jacksonville, Monday Night Football, kind of fluky. Trevor, plays great, and Mahomes made that, terrible goal line pick. And then you lose at Buffalo. So, like, their 4 losses are to, teams with good records, possible playoff teams, some of the better teams in football. They haven't played Denver yet, which is interesting. They still have the Colts. They have another game with the Chargers. I think we're looking at, minimum. Now, this is probably not first round. The difference with the Brady teams that you referenced there, Sam, and they even did it when like Brady was suspended, right? They still won games like Jimmy G and Brissett. Those Brady teams always found a way in a really, really down AFC East to win the division and go get the 1 seed or the 2 seed, because, you had 2 buys back then. They would always get one of the top 2 seeds and you'd get that bye, which gave Belichick, who was good back then, versus now, although his defense is getting better, a chance to scheme up for 2 weeks and to rest everybody. And so the Chiefs now are probably going to have to play in a wild card. I mean, even if they win the division, they're probably going to have to play in a wild card game, whether it's at home or not. It just would be surprising if they made that run and got the 1 seed with the Broncos twice in the games they have left. But yeah, like I wouldn't put anything past Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. The offense has looked substantially better since Rashee Rice came back. Kelsey still got enough left in the tank. Offensive line playing better, and then the defense. It's just that's it. I think there's several teams out there, and the Chiefs are definitely one of them, where you put them in the postseason and you're asking Patrick Mahomes to get hot for 3 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever it is. And I mean, that's absolutely possible. But yeah, like they don't look like an unstoppable juggernaut by any stretch.
With Will Brinson of CBS Sports here on Bet Sweats, whether it is the likelihood that you're going to follow or fade a team, did the NFL trade deadline change anything for you?
Well, I mean, this Browns-Jets game is a hot mess, right? Dylan Gabriel's laying 2.5 on the road, and they're like, it's like trying to get to 3. I think it's circa, because we're watching that for the contest lines that'll be released in a little bit. I mean, Cleveland's going to be chalky, and I get it. The Jets are the first team since 1970 to trade for multiple first-round picks at the trade deadline. They're the first team ever, I think, to trade 2 former first-team All-Pros at the deadline. And you got Breece Hall tweeting, just basically begging them to deal him. They don't do it. It's like how can you expect the Jets to show up on Sunday with any energy whatsoever? Like, it's like AD Mitchell is going to bring the thunder, right? I mean, but you're laying 2.5 with the Browns on the road. I mean, the Browns are not a very good team, and the defense doesn't travel, and they got a rookie quarterback who doesn't look like he really belongs. I mean, I guess I'd be inclined to sort of zag here, I think, a little bit and take the Jets, but it's an absolute pinch your nose situation.
It's difficult, and Joe and I talked about this not only today, but for a lot of this season. It's difficult for me to get behind a team with a bad defense laying points. And Joe Flacco just threw for 470 and 4 touchdowns. Now, I know the Giants don't have Chase and Higgins, but Bears laying 3.5, that's a no-fly zone for me, man. How about you?
Yeah, Giants are nothing here for me. Jackson Dart's been awesome this year. I mean, makes you wonder why they didn't start him from Jump Street because he was clearly ready.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he's definitely had like some mistakes, but I mean, they're rookie mistakes you expect, but he looks like he belongs to me. Uses legs, kind of a must win, must win for both teams here. I guess everything at this point is a must win for everybody, unless you're at the bottom and you're trying to get that top pick. That hook, like I think Caleb has a good game. I think Dart has a good game. Total here is high enough at 48. I would expect plenty of points. But it definitely feels like a game that comes down to if the Bears win, if the Bears win, it's because they win by 3, either kicking a field goal, a 60-yard Colson Loveland like last second touchdown, like they did against the Bengals, or the Giants storming through the back door. Like the Bears are primed to be stormed through the back door. So if it were like 2.5, maybe Bears. But the Bears defense is just too banged up, not good enough right now. I would definitely look Giants here.
You have the board. Take us anywhere. What is your favorite bet we have not discussed?
Man, I was just trying to look at like my the best bet I'm putting in for a show we got on CBS here in a little bit, and I think it's a really tough board this week. You had the injuries with the Jaguars and the Texans. The Panthers laying 5.5 at home. First time they've been like more than a 4-point favorite in forever. The Panthers thing, I'll touch on that. I don't know if it's like a favorite bet, but I think given how badly the Saints got stomped by the Rams, and look, the Rams are at a different level than the Panthers, and then how the Panthers going into Green Bay and winning the game in a game where Green Bay dominated statistically, I think everybody's going to want to back the Panthers and fade the Saints the rest of the year. They just trade Shaheed. Maybe they're giving up on the season. I will tell you this. If you watch that, I watch all Rams games closely, obviously. If you watch that Rams-Saints game, like Kellen Moore is doing the thing that we always ask terrible NFL teams to do, which is just run some junk offense. Like they're going to have a bunch of Taysom Hill plays. It would not surprise me at all if the Saints managed to score some junk touchdowns on like Taysom Hill, end around like read option passes or whatever the hell he's going to throw out there, and kept this one close. I would lean towards the Saints pretty heavily here because I don't think the Panthers should be laying 5.5 against anybody. People are going to look at that record. They're going to look at the Saints record. They're going to look at the Panthers at home, what they've done in the division at home, defense playing better, and think that this is a Carolina can cruise game. I think they'll be very popular in Survivor, and I think that is real risky. I think the Saints are probably live to pull off an upset here against a Panthers team that is punching above its weight.
Would you rather bet the Colts to win the AFC or the Seahawks to win the NFC?
Seahawks for sure, because the Seahawks are awesome. They just added Shaheed from that trade from the Saints, reunited with Clint Kubiak, averaged 17.5 yards per catch with the Saints in the 6 games he was healthy with Kubiak last year. Kubiak, and it's like on like a 50% catch rate or something. It's just deep shots, which is awesome for what Sam Darnold does on play action. He's going to complement JSN really well. Mike McDonald's got that defense cooking. They get you at every level. They get pressure in weird ways. It's hard to diagnose as a quarterback. And I think, when you look at the top of the NFC, I think the Rams are the best team in football. And I think the Eagles, if they come out of the bye throwing like they did the 2 games before the bye, are really dangerous as well. There's some great teams in the NFC, but the AFC, you were asking Daniel Jones to probably beat 2 of Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, and Lamar Jackson to win the AFC. Whereas you're asking the Seahawks defense just to like set Sam Darnold up in positive game scripts to throw on play action and to run the ball effectively for a couple of games. So it's easily Seahawks for me over the over the Colts. And I think the odds are probably a little bit better too.
How did it feel to see, even though it really wasn't their doing, but to see NC State ruin Haynes King's chance at a Heisman?
It was our doing. It was incredible NC State.
He had 500 yards.
We beat them. Nobody's saying our defense is any good because it's not any good. But our offense is great. Storm the field situation, NC State. And then on Monday, by the way, Will Wade's debut. And I know we played NC Central, and like we beat him by 50. I'm telling you, man, NC State is a truck stick in basketball. We look like an SEC team for the first time in like 20 years. Keep an eye on Will Wade and this squad. Very, very good basketball team. And then Monday night, Zonovan Knight and Jacoby Brissett, 2 NC State alums, go out there and put the stick on Jerry Jones and Jerry World. And then Jerry goes out and trades a first rounder. Why wouldn't you trade a first rounder? You're 3-5-1. It makes total sense, buddy.
Yeah. After trading Parsons away, let's trade for a defensive lineman and trade away a 1 and a 2.
I would bet NC State to win the national championship in basketball at 60-1. I don't think it's that crazy a bet.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. We'll talk about that. Thanks, Will. Talk next week.
All right, guys.
We'll play
see you next
3,
week.
2, 1 next. You got Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network.
Who's winning the East?
I'll play 3-2-1. Ready? Let's play 3-2-1. 3-2-1. Eagles.
Commanders. Okay, let's play 3-2-1 AFC West. 3, 2, 1.
Chiefs.
Denver. Jake, you want to do 3-2-1? Because I have a name too, and I think we have the same name. 3, 2, 1. Randy.
Polanco.
Naylor.
Oh.
You guys all went different, you idiot. I was hoping you were going to help me. Time for some 3-2-1. Joe O, Sammy P. You've got Bet Sweats with you on a Wednesday morning. Sam, have you bet NC State to win the national title yet? You've been betting some college.
I have
hoops.
not. I have not done that yet. Just St. John's for now.
Did he sell you on Will Wade?
St. John's.
I mean, if you're going to bring in a cheater, I would. I would do that.
You could bet 60. There's a good chance it gets down to 30, but I don't think they're winning the whole thing.
But as
two
far
other
as,
quick points. In that intro, I took Eagles to win NFC East, Broncos to win AFC West. I feel pretty good about those 3-2-1s. Not gonna lie.
What are the Chiefs now?
Still the favorite.
I don't
Co-favorite.
See, they're still the favorite. Oh,
Co-favorite, like plus 130, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
They lose to the Broncos though. One of those games, man. They're going to be.
Oh, yes.
They're going to be 3 games back.
Yeah. Yeah. I see it as. Wow. Okay. So there are some books that decided to make the Broncos the favorite. Some still have the Chiefs as a favorite. Kind of interesting. I can't really decide.
Chargers are in first. Oh, no, sorry. Chargers are in second. My bad. Broncos 7-2. Chargers 6-3. Chiefs 5-4. But if the Chiefs lose, they play the Broncos coming up here.
Next week.
They play the Broncos off the bye. Yep, the next game is at Denver. So, assuming Denver is going to win its next game. Wait, is Denver on the bye too? My internet is so slow. No, Denver plays Vegas
they've got
on Thursday.
so they'll have 10 days. Yeah.
My internet just stopped working. So fantastic. Like I'm trying to scroll and find stuff. Yeah, they're going to beat the Raiders, and then if they beat the Chiefs, they will have a 3.5 game lead on Kansas City.
Andy Reid off the bye.
Yeah,
let's go.
Fair enough. And if they beat Denver, they will not be 3.5 back.
I think the Chiefs are. I'm sorry, the Chargers. I think the Chargers are dead.
Yeah,
with that O-line moving forward, could be a good fade spot moving forward. All right, Paul Aspen, what do we have for 3-2-1?
All right, so I don't think I got an official. We got an official title bet, college hoops title bet from Joe. So I know, Sam, you got St. John's. If I was to say do something other than St. John's or like a conference futures bet, do you have anything else in the chamber? Or like, because if it's 3-2-1, it's just St. John's. That's,
I do have. I can give you another one. Do you want it now, or are we waiting until 3-2-1?
We'll wait until 3-2-1. All right, so we'll call this a college hoops futures bet. Another one to add to the portfolio. 3, 2, 1. Arizona national title. In college basketball?
Yeah. Long shot. Let's go long shot.
What is Ole Miss?
Let's see. Oh God,
no,
that's
100.
Dropped a lot. Yeah, I thought there was 100. Let's go.
100.
Lane Kiffin, Chris Beard. It's their year for both. Always is.
Paul thought you were still talking football for a second.
I did for a second. I was like, wait, no.
Yes.
No.
Yes. They're going to probably lose both of those coaches in a year or so.
Okay.
Yeah. I've done, don't put anything behind that. I've done zero work on college basketball. I haven't even started to look. And you're asking me on the fly, who would I trust? I'm looking for a big number. I'm looking for a coach that I trust. And second year there. Sure. Why not?
BYU's got this kid. For those that don't know, he's from the Boston area. His name's AJ DeBonsa. He's very likely going to be a top 2 pick in the draft. He's an absolute monster. Now, there's 3 freshmen that are really kind of dominating right now. DeBonsa's one. Boozer's the other at Duke. I know Jake's big on Boozer. And then the third one, who's the third one? It's completely slipping my mind right now. But DeBonce is the type of guy who's going to get you like 20 and 10 a night as a freshman. He's an absolute monster.
Can't wait to see how trusting Tommy Lloyd goes wrong. But I do think Caleb Love is addition by subtraction at Arizona. So, like we talked about earlier, there's 17, there's a 30. So if you're going to bet them, take the 30. All right, to college football now for real. Best CFP path as of today off the current bracket. 3, 2, 1. Notre Dame.
Ole Miss. What did he say?
Was that I think he said Notre Dame. Choppy over there.
All right, Paul, why did you say Notre Dame?
I actually that was my first thought. It was the first thing I put in the rundown when I saw this bracket come out. I was like, for what did we bet? Or what did we bring up betting? 16-1. And I placed that bet at the time. I love this path. I mean, I think BYU, I don't think BYU is going to be in it when all is said and done, but give me Notre Dame in a 7-10 game and then having to go through Indiana. Again, I think I respect what Indiana has done, but I still give Notre Dame the edge in that game. I think it's a coin flip game, and so yeah, I think I like that better than trying to go through like Ohio State or Alabama.
Yeah, and this year would not be obviously a home game. If they were to meet, they'd be in the quarters there. I also took the same path. I was wondering if people would say path-wise, is it going to be one of these teams with a bye, or are we going to go with someone who's going to be playing in the opening round? And that's the direction I went as well. And I think it's kind of obvious. Okay, if you're going to face a team in the second round coming off a bye, you want to face Ohio State, Indiana, Bama, or Texas A&M. I want to face Texas A&M. So I'm going to go with Ole Miss. I'm not being Ole Miss boy today. It just seems painfully obvious. They would have a home game against Virginia. Most people don't believe in Virginia. We don't even know if they're going to get there. They would beat Virginia, and then they could easily take down Texas A&M. So that's why I went there.
Sam, you want to expand on Notre Dame at all? I know you kind of gave your case earlier.
The 2 seed, I think, is the best seed. But I don't trust this 2 seed. I don't. I'm not an Indiana guy. Technically, I think it's easier to play the 7-10, obviously, than play the 8 or the 9, or play that 5, which is going to be an SEC team. Last year, I think Texas was the 5. And they're going to, the 5 is going to be the SEC team. That's going to happen. Whichever one doesn't win the conference will be the 5. So if you're avoiding the 5 and you don't want to play 8-9, you want to be the 2. So I think Indiana has the easiest path, but I like Notre Dame more. So, I think being a 10 seed and getting either Indiana or Ole Miss A&M is an awesome shake for Notre Dame. Notre Dame was in this part of the bracket last year. Now, Indiana was the 10, Notre Dame was the 7, but Notre Dame's a 7-8 point favorite against BYU. So I think Notre Dame is in a great spot in this current bracket.
Something else that came to mind with this current bracket is, okay, they're not the same Georgia team, but to get Georgia, Alabama in the quarters, to ask the Tide to take down Georgia twice in a season, that's a tough one. That'd be a little bit difficult on them.
For sure. All right, college football. Let's go conference futures. A conference futures bet you would entertain making today in 3, 2, 1.
Utah.
SMU.
You say SMU?
SMU at 12. Yeah, all the numbers are 3, 4 to 1 with the UVAs of the world. And I think, again, they, as Nate was kind of talking about, they've been getting by, but Duke is still a tough one. SMU, they've got BC, at BC, a bye, Louisville at Cal. So it's really kind of the Houston case we're talking about, which obviously didn't end up working out, but going into that Arizona State game, that's kind of the process for me. It's about the Louisville game. If you can win that Louisville game at 12-1, I just think it's a numbers play based on the rest of the market as well.
Sam, we both said Utah at the same time, 11, 12-1. They're the 4th favorite. It's funny, Texas Tech is the favorite to win that conference, even though they're not the undefeated team. That's BYU, but we expect, at least the market expects BYU to have a loss after this weekend. So why'd you say Utah?
Well, I mean, not just one loss. I think they could have a couple losses, and that's what you're going to
Mm-hmm.
need for Utah to get in. But I mean, Utah just has the ability to, dominate a lot of these teams. I think Dampier is a special player, and I think they're going to win out. I mean, at Baylor, you should win. Kansas State, you're going to win. And then you go to Kansas. Like, they're going to go 3-0. They're going to do their part. We just need some chaos along the way for, BYU, Cincinnati, Houston. But Utah defensively is not as strong as they've been in years past, but I think offensively they've really taken that step forward. So it's very telling as well that Utah has the third best odds despite being the fifth best team right now in the standings. So I think the bookmakers are telling you something on that one.
All reasons that I mentioned them as a long shot for the title because I could see them getting in. There's that path. So, yeah, and it's some luck, too. Which tiebreakers are going to come into play? We don't know right now because there's so many teams that are in the mix there with one loss. But, yeah, Utah, there's a reason. They see the path, and so do we.
Need Utah. Utah gets home. Then I'm holding Bills at 200-1. So we got Dodgers in. Need Utah. That would be great. And right on cue, there's a siren because there always is when I come on the show. All right, let's do favorite college football bet of the weekend in 3, 2, 1.
Iowa.
Tech.
Mizzou. I think Iowa's got Oregon. Go ahead, Sam.
Iowa's getting 6.5 at a couple books right now. So this one's been an interesting back and forth between where it opened and where it's kind of moved towards. So they opened at 6 at Circa, and within 2 hours it was down to 4.5. Then it got bet back up, and now we're 6.5. So you've seen, money on both sides. I don't know that we're going to get to 7 though, Joe, which is pretty telling. Oregon's just not a very physical football team. I'm curious to see what Jeff says tomorrow. I know Jeff is going to be all in on Oregon tomorrow. I think Iowa's a lot more physical and tougher, and Iowa ain't no bitch. So I think Iowa's going to be right there to the very end.
Yep, we are. We're laying double digits with Texas Tech going up against BYU. There's a reason we are at that number. I could see a repeat of what we saw earlier in the year with Texas Tech, and Utah winning by 24. Some other conference matchups. So I'm gonna go with Texas Tech. There's a lot of belief that they're supposed to win this game, and I think they're gonna do it in convincing fashion. And I'm thinking that the room is gonna want to take the 10 with the Mormons. So I'm going Texas Tech. What was yours, Paul?
Mizzou 7.5 at home against A&M. I know they'll be without their starting quarterback who's still injured, but I think they could give the Aggies some trouble with their run game, a very stout run game. So more than a touchdown. Take Mizzou, and I'm just kind of waiting for the Aggies to stumble. I don't know if they lose outright this week, but I like Mizzou as the home dog at more than a touchdown. Next on the board, favorite underdog bet of the NFL weekend. 3 money line. 3, 2, 1.
Giants.
Cardinals.
I'll go Vikings. No, I hate it. Why Cardinals? Oh, wow.
No.
So you're there with me. You don't disagree with what I was saying earlier.
No. And I don't want to go too far, but if Arizona wins this week and then they got still what was the shell of what was a Niners team next week, and the schedule is pretty interesting for a team that has lost a lot of one-score games. So if you're looking at NFC Flyers, I think you could make worse bets. Obviously, assuming they're going to win, you have to assume they're going to win this week if you're going to make that bet. But I like what I saw on the offense. I mean, they're getting Marvin involved. They made that a point of emphasis for sure. Run game looked pretty strong. Defense, they got a little lucky. They made some 4th down stands, but they got some turnover luck against the Cowboys. But impressive win.
Yeah, I went with Minnesota. I'm not going to take one of these numbers that are shorter than a field goal. If we're talking about a live dog, like the Jets getting 2.5. There's a lot that are inside of a field goal. The Jaguars, it's like a pick 'em basically. They're one, but Minnesota at home, man. We might be going a little bit far with the Ravens. Okay, they're playing closer to what we thought they were going to be. I'm not convinced that we know that defense is what we were expected coming into the season. I think they still have a lot of problems on that side of the ball. Lamar's going to be scary on the turf, but I'm also not convinced that this Vikings defense is complete trash. So Vikings at home getting 4. Could they be live? Absolutely. Sure they can. Curious to see how good McCarthy is because he had a nice start last week coming back from the injury, but he didn't really do anything else the rest of the game. I think the Vikings are live.
I think we have to go to break.
Damn. Oh, yeah, we're way over. We didn't even hear music. The video's all messed up. Is it like that for everybody?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
On the way out. It's hard to read the clock. Joe O, Sammy P, Lightning Bets next. You got the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets coming your way in just a few moments. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you. Did we have the call that was requested?
Oh, Jake's got it for sure. Do you want to set it up?
Yeah. Let's set it up. Sam was very pissed off with the final result that we got in Bulls Sixers. Paul was like, while we were telling Paul to go, he's like, I have no interest in going to this game. And he was probably happy in the end that he did not go, because this is how the game ended.
Screen. Giddy races to the basket, fires it out. Vucevic the shot. Vucci Main for three. Vucci Main steps up again. The grizzled veteran steps up and hits the biggest shot of the season. Oh my goodness, Elizabeth, I'm coming again, Elizabeth. Oh Lord, oh, it's the big one, Elizabeth. The Cardiac Bulls again. Just when you think you see a flat line, there's a pulse.
The big one. The big one? He's stretching. He's trying to come up with something. There it is, Stacey.
Yeah, he's excited. He's excited.
Yeah.
He's had blue balls for like the last 8 seasons because the team has sucked.
He's like, biggest shot of the season. The season just started like a week ago.
As I said, I made a joke like he made a joke. He's had blue balls for a long time because that team has been horrible. So now they're 6-1 and they're in first. And Stacey King's volcano erupted. Good for him. Just chill out. You're on television.
When are we fading the Bulls? When is the market going to adjust too much?
Next game.
Oh, no.
Whoever
Now
they play, I don't
mission.
even care. They could play Lincoln Way East for all I care. I'm in.
Friday at Milwaukee.
Good. They're dead.
I could have said any team in the NBA. You would have said good, they're dead.
You could have said a high school team. You could have said a Catholic League team. I would have taken the points.
Yep. No doubt.
Vucci Man. Vucci Man.
Friday. Yeah.
Elizabeth.
You know what that's in reference to, right?
I don't.
Oh, you don't?
Nope.
Does anybody on the show knows what that means?
I have a guess,
Anybody?
but I'm definitely sure it's wrong. I was thinking the Macho Man and Miss Elizabeth. No?
No.
Okay. That's all I got.
A very deflating no from Joe O right there, Paul. I thought it was a good guess.
Hold on.
The
Gertz in the
Macho
chat
Man?
he guessed the exact same thing. That's amazing.
Really? Oh, I didn't see that. Okay. All right. It's not that bad of a guess. All right. And I know Jake has no guess. He has no idea. It is a Sanford and Son reference.
Oh.
Fred Sanford used to always fake heart attacks, and it would be like the funny line on the show, and he'd clutch his heart, one arm up in the air. Elizabeth, his wife that is already dead, he was saying, I'm coming to Georgia. She must be buried there or something like that. That's what he's referencing, a show from the 70s. It is 2025, almost 2026. That's what he's referencing. That's why nobody in the audience knows what the hell he's talking about, because he's talking about a TV show that was popular 5 decades ago.
The average NBA viewer is probably 25 years old right now.
Yeah.
Maybe 30. Because trust me, I know a lot of people older than me that are like, I'm not watching that crap. So like, I know for a fact that the league has taken over the younger audience. And the younger audience didn't think he was talking about Sanford and Son. I promise you.
They have no idea what he was talking about. I will say, we mentioned the ratings yesterday, and it could be a number of things, but I have found baseball to be more entertaining than the NBA recently. I'll just say that. I don't really seek it out. Certainly in November, I'm not seeking out NBA regular season action. So I was surprised this morning because I pulled something up that you've mentioned in recent days on the show, and I was like, whoa, damn. We got a lot of ratings. People are checking in, sharing their thoughts. A lot of reviews as well, so we appreciate it. Want to keep doing that just to share your thoughts with us? We love it, man. Like, I can't read all of them. Here's the top one. The subject from, well, I can't say his name, but the subject is end wokeness. I don't think that's why we're going to be gone. But
that's a review we got? I didn't check. We got a review.
I can't read it.
Wokeness?
No. The name I cannot say. I can't say the name.
I mean, you could. You could, technically.
No. I can't.
Okay.
What? Maybe I should.
No.
Should
Don't say it. So I didn't look at the ratings and reviews yesterday. We were a 4.8 yesterday. We're a 4.9 today.
Right. I just looked this morning. Yeah, and all these popped up because I think there's like a 2-day delay usually when you send it on iTunes or whatever your podcatcher is.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
That sounds right. We have 3 new reviews.
Yeah. People love it. Good stuff.
Well,
appreciate it. Yeah, this is
not everybody. Not everybody loves the show.
Well, the people that have actually listened to the show, they love.
That's
the show.
Fair counter.
Yeah, no, good stuff. And Jake getting shout outs, Paul as well. This is how I start my mornings. I love listening to the advice and content on a day-to-day basis. Normally watch on YouTube every morning during the week to get me through the first part of my workday. Sam's insights, Joe's presentation, they're great. Even love the behind-the-scene guys like Paul and Jake. Sad this one is going away instead of some other shows that are nowhere near as good. Going to buy a Fade the Bartender shirt whenever I find them available. Top-notch show. Squid City says, can't express how much I'll miss this show. Great banter, great guests, great episodes. As a chicken dinner and Sammy P regular, I didn't know Joe O at first, but an easily likable fella and easy to listen to, especially the travel ball stories. I'm a travel ball survivor. Cheers, boys. You will land on your feet, and I'll be there listening. Yeah, and stay subscribed to the podcast. I'll just say that, and make sure you're following us on social media to announce whatever we have to announce coming up down the road. Very kind audience. I love all the messages that we've been getting. Shows you we're not just wasting our time, and we become a part of people's daily lives.
I did not see these reviews until just now, and when you see people say this is how I start my mornings, and I'm a regular listener, and it gets me through the workday, like, it does make this feel a lot better. Even though there is an end date on it, it does make it easier. So if you'd like to bombard the Bet Sweats reviews with messages like that, maybe Joe and I will be in a better place in the next 7 weeks. 6
I will
weeks.
say, yeah, it does help. It does help to see some of that feedback from people. All right, where are you going with lightning bets on this Wednesday?
I'm going to bet a number that's probably going to keep moving. It's Notre Dame. They're against Navy. The opener was 24.5, and let me just get you the best price right now. So South Point has a 27. Chris has a 27. Every other book, for the most part, has 26.5. Well, why would you bet this now? Because I think we get to 28 by Saturday. And I don't want you laying 27, 27.5, 28 when you can lay 26.5 right now. I am making that bet when we get off the show. Irish are going to pound this team. Give me Notre Dame.
Let's go. All right, very good. I am going to play a Maction game that I cannot watch tonight because it's on one of the ESPN channels. But let's go with a MAC rivalry game with a big number. And these games are usually played pretty tight. It is the game that the Huskies of Northern Illinois circle every year. They cannot stand Toledo. We're getting more than 2 touchdowns. 14.5. I mean, if you just look last year, this was a 1-score game. In 2023, a 1-score game. That's how these usually end up going down. And getting 14.5, I understand why. All the metrics, big favorite, Toledo. They should be a sizable favorite, but we're getting 14.5. This week, I will take the dog. I'm taking the Huskies. Paul Aspen, what do you have?
I did not expect to be here, but I am here, and this happened very quickly after getting an email from BetMGM about their golf insights for the what's it called? Worldwide Technology Championship. So look, Carson Young, he's finished 9th. He's finished top 2. Second in true strokes gained over the last 2 years at plus 2.32 in this tournament, and he's 80-1. So golf bet on November 5th. Never expected to be here, but there we are.
Let's go. Might as well. All right, Jake Hassan, what do you have?
Should we, after last night, should we just bet the Sixers plus 10.5 against the Cavs tonight?
Why are you laughing?
Because the stupid NBA bet that we're doing now. No, I'm saying after last night, should we bet the Sixers plus 10.5 against the Cavs tonight?
I'm guessing they're resting some guys. I haven't seen.
I wanted to fade
you figure no
Edgecombe,
second night of a back-to-back.
but yeah, I don't know if a lot more of the offense will run through him. Young legs, rookie, if some guys are out.
So here's what we got for Philly. No, there's nothing on the list right now, at least on my screen. So, but I'm guessing that's because they're going to announce some things that some guys aren't going to play. I mean, why would they be a 10-point? They're in second place in the East. Why would they be a 10-point dog?
Garland upgraded to questionable for this game too, so that's probably part of it for Cleveland.
Bounce back spot. Paul, let's go.
You
to
doing
Cleveland.
it?
Go to Cleveland? Absolutely
Yeah,
never. No.
I'm on my way to New York to meet up with Sam.
Let's go.
Well,
I'm bringing my flask. Bringing my
can't
flask
pick up
on the
Sister
train.
Jean anymore, Jake.
Damn.
Thanks, Paul.
Wow. They want you to take a wrong turn. Sorry.
I'm glad we made it. I'm glad we made it longer than Sister Jean, the show.
Maybe that was the beginning of the end.
All right. I think let's end on that high note. Might as well on this Wednesday. We'll be back tomorrow. Sam will be doing the show from New York. Schwartz will pop in at some point. This is Bet Sweats. Talk tomorrow morning right here on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network.